The memory remains, worlds falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the real. Call on our savior to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you, America's people. Welcome to Aegis Esports EMEA semifinals, Monty. It's been a couple of weeks. We're finally ringing in the new year with some banger matches tonight. How are you doing?
I'm in need of more coffee. I see my level up condition after 2 cups. We'll read it. We'll put it over the. Yep. Now everybody can read it. This is the first cup. So, I haven't leveled up yet. I'm still half asleep, but I am excited for today's games. I'm looking forward to seeing these awesome players get into it and hash it out, and we'll see who comes out ahead.
So, one thing to note to some of the viewers here is that a recent hotfix came out not too long ago, Monty.
Hmm.
And it's actually shaking up a little bit of the meta right now. It's pretty much taken out a lot of the pressure on Aatrox, and it's taken a lot of pressure off of Red Gwen. What was the other thing that they hit?
They hit
They hit Bar.
bar. Yep, bar went to
Yeah, they
7.
hit. Yeah. So with that in mind, how do we think it's going to affect tonight?
The meta on ladder has definitely shifted a little bit. Now, Hirsch, did these players get a chance to submit after the hotfix, or were these decks locked in a while ago?
So we gave them the option to reschedule their match. That's why we are not in our normal time slot. We are on Sunday instead. They had the option to push to Tuesday and push their deck lock time to adjust that, and that is what they chose to do. So they locked their decks in at 7 o'clock EST last night.
Okay, so all these decks have shifted, and they're for the current patch. Now, we're obviously going to see a meta shift. I fully expect a lot of FTR today. Then, that's something that I've heard whispers of being very good. I've also heard that Sundisk might be in a very good spot right now. So we'll see if maybe anybody was ballsy enough to pick that up and take that out for a spin today. But the meta is not what it was. While I personally don't think the nerfs to Vayne Aatrox were quite enough, I think the deck still functions just fine. Same with Bar. I think Bar reasonably functions pretty much the same as it does, just because everything was pushed back by equal amounts. The overall power level and the overall efficiency of these decks is definitely lower, and you do have a couple more turns to do your own thing. So that gives other decks some leeway to come back into the metagame.
For sure. And tonight we have Big Flex Gamers taking on Lore France. This is actually sure to be a banger of a matchup tonight. And on the other side of the bracket, we have TA Washed Up Heroes taking on the Mayo Bandits as well.
Huggers! Love to hear it. Love to see it. Uh, I'm a big fan of all the teams playing today. I think they're all great players. I think they all play phenomenally on broadcast every time we've seen them. And they're all quite storied, especially in the league. Lore FR won League Zero, right? I'm not misremembering that.
You are
I
misremembering
am
that.
misremembering that. Okay.
It
Well,
was TA Washed Up Heroes that took season one.
season zero, I said.
We didn't have a season zero of EMEA.
Oh, that's true. What did Lore FR win? I swear I casted Lore FR winning something. It doesn't matter, anyways.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But
matter.
yeah, so TA Washed Up Heroes did claim season champions last season. What are the chances that they're gonna do it again with these three other teams having a shot at it this time?
I'd say it's pretty high. I'd say it's pretty high.
I
It's hard. It's that's Teddy's team, and Teddy is a gamer beyond gaming. He's also got my teammate Yang Zera on there. So these guys, TA Washed Up Heroes, are some of the best players in the world, without a doubt.
for sure. And moving on to our highlighted decks for tonight. The first deck that we are highlighting, brought to you by Runeterra AR, is Soki from LFR's Feel the Rush deck. You want to take us through this deck, Monty?
For sure. So this is the latest iteration of Feel the Rush. It is no longer a control deck. It is ramp combo. We are accelerating our game plan to the max. There's, if you look at this list, there's only 2 Avalanche. There's no Blighted Ravines. Like, this deck is all about getting up to that mana breakpoint of 10 mana so we can cast FTR way faster than our opponents. We've got this new card, Wild Mysticism, which is a ramp card, slow speed ramp card that puts a 2/2 Feral Mystic on the board. Feral Mystic has, when I'm enlightened, gave me +4/+4. So you get a 6/6 overwhelm just for ramping, which is what the deck already wants to do. Because of the release of this card, we've seen all the FTR lists shift to this very, very blitz. I want to cast FTR as soon as I can style. And I hesitate to say that it'll stick around because I do think this is a lot more vulnerable. Like, aggro decks can just completely disrespect this. They never have to play around the Avalanche. They just have to get there faster than the She Who Wanders, which is very, very capable. But for right now, for the current metagame, I think this is a very powerful pick. I think this is definitely the way you want to be building the deck because you're just being ignorant, right? You're ramping as fast as you can to your game plan, and then once you slam an FTR, what's dealing with that? There's no denying the metagame right now. Seraphine Bar is gone. Ione is nowhere to be found. So this is excellent pick. I look forward to seeing how Sukoi can pilot it and whether LFR will be able to take down their opponents.
So what's the advantage of not putting in why am I or what's the difference of not putting in Blighted Ravine over Avalanche? That's what
So
I'm curious about.
Avalanche is immediate, whereas Blighted Ravine, you are forced to take any damage from uh, from a board that exists on the turn that you're playing it. You can't just cast it to remove threats, and you can't pinch your opponents and make them decide whether they want to play into it or just play around it the same way. Because realistically, if you're playing Blighted Ravine and not Avalanche, as an aggro player, I can go, okay, I know I'm never pushing damage through the board past this turn. I'm just gonna play everything out into this Blighted Ravine, attack through it, and like I'm gonna lose my units, but it doesn't matter because I'm converting to a burn strategy afterwards. The overall having fewer overall avalanche effects also means that you can put your removal into stuff like Vengeance and this Buried in Ice, which we see 2 copies of. Buried in Ice particularly good against the Aatrox decks because it kills all the weapons. Obliterate destroys weapons, which is a nice side effect of that. And Vengeance is really good against the Jinx stuff, and like a lot of the threats in the metagame right now are single big units as opposed to wide swarmy boards.
That's fair. And honestly, this deck has been relevant for like the longest time. I think this is honestly the longest relevant deck in the whole game right now.
FTR has been around for a long time for sure, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's one of the primary ways to play control because it gives you a realistic win condition that is just so hard to contest unless you're in a deny region.
It's really the only deck that utilizes ramp this much, right?
For the time being, yeah, we'll see if maybe somebody's clever enough to come up with something to do with Karma or an EMEA, but yeah, this is definitely the ramp deck. Unless you
Yeah.
count Deep. I've always thought of Deep as a ramp deck as opposed to anything else.
I consider Deep more of like a mill deck than a ramp deck, honestly.
No, you can't. Deep never wins through mill. Deep's not a mill deck. It's a ramp deck. You're just doing ramp things differently. But anyways, the other deck that we have here is we're going to take a look at Aatrox from Big Flex Gamers. Hirsch, you want to take it away?
So with the nerf hitting Aegis now, it's now becoming a 0-1. A lot of people are opting out to not take our Aegis anymore, which honestly I kind of agree with. Even throwing in maybe a one of because you and I were talking about this before. Just having a zero after Aatrox flip, having a 0 mana Jural is still very game changing, especially with Challenger Tough. But people are looking at just bumping up on Darkened Spears, and they're looking at maybe throwing in a Lodestone, or some people have tossed in a fan. There's honestly some interesting different iterations of this deck that I never really thought of before. So I'm honestly kind of excited to see how this deck will fare tonight, even with World Ender getting up to 16 mana now. I don't think it's gonna affect it too much. It's gonna slow the game down for Aatrox decks about like maybe 1 to 2 turns, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah, it'll definitely slow it down about a turn or two, which is definitely what they were going for. And like you said, I think cutting Jaral altogether is a mistake because it is just so efficient to play a 4/3 that screws up your opponent's board for 0 mana. Um, but I am a big fan of going up on the Darkened Spear. I'm okay with the Darkened Lodestone being included, especially since we've gone up on Quins, so you can get double the procs out of it with the Scout stuff. Um, this is a very cool build of the deck. I like the Cataclysm as well, and even Combat Cook coming in here. That's not something I've seen too often, but interesting
yeah,
for sure.
I don't think I've seen anybody take Combat Cook in this matchup, and we also are teching into Zealous Ranger Knight as well. That's a new tech or a new tech some people have been playing around with a little bit. But going down to 1 on Aatrox instead of 3, That might be that's a little weird to me, honestly.
This is kind of the new standard from what I've seen. A lot of people said, "All right, we don't need to worry about World Ender as much. We're just going to play for this board-based tempo game plan where we're going to pinch our opponent's mana with rallies through our scout units and just force them to respond in ways that they're not comfortable doing." So I like it. I like it. We'll see if it works out better. Um, I am still surprised to not see any copies of the Ranger Knight Defector, though. I kind of hate that. I won't lie. I kind of hate that. I think a 4-3 scout tough unit is just so
Yeah.
powerful. And like it makes things so awkward for your opponent a lot of the time, especially if you can slap something like the Darkened Harp onto it. And that's like one of your primary ways to rally because it is so hard to remove. You can pretty much always cast a tumble on it safely.
Yeah, like you said, we're just playing for more of a board-based tempo deck now instead of just putting more pressure onto the opponent. We're looking just for very good trades on our attack tokens. But moving on to our matchup for the night, with the decks that we highlighted, we have timelines from Timmit. We have Heimer Jace, another relevant deck that's been around for a while. And on the opposite side with Soki, we have Aphelios Seraphine taking on or with Varus Pantheon.
Interesting. Very interesting lineup decisions coming out from both players. So Timit obviously was going for a bit of a counter mid-range lineup here. I think Timeline's very good into other mid-range stuff. This Queen Aatrox build, Queen Aatrox Vayne build, I think was quite good into other mid-range decks as well. With the double Quinn, with the card choices that they made um, of the Rosella's Ranger Knight and the Combat Cooks. I think that makes a lot of sense to beat the mid-range matchups. You're just trying to build your units and make them bigger than your opponents. So I like the direction that they took looking at it in the scope of this lineup. And then of course Jace Heimer Digger, just a solid deck that's been on the come up again now that it has some more room to breathe. And people like to think of it as a control deck, but it really is a mid-range beatdown deck. You're really more often than not winning the game through 6 wide production surges with buffed up bots. Like that's how this deck wins. It's just playing control until it can get to that point. So maybe a bit of a miss in the matchup here because Sokoi is also kind of playing a very similar style lineup with, I'm assuming that's a catastrophe deck. I haven't had a chance to look at the deck list. And then Pantheon Varus is kind of quintessential mid-range. And then of course, FTR, we talked about traditionally a control deck, but in this case, it's very much a combo deck. So this could go either way.
Yes, it is a catastrophe deck.
Nice. Yeah, as far as bans go, it's a tough one. I honestly don't know. I think Sokoi might want to be banning either Aatrox or Timelines, and then Timid is probably just going to take out the FTR.
That's what I assume that we're just going to take out FTR and timelines. Honestly,
Well, looks like it is Timelines and FTR. Trundle is off the board today.
So what deck are we? We're probably looking to queue up. Honestly, Aphelios Seraphine first, right?
Doesn't matter. Flip a coin. Game theory optimal.
Who we talked about this on the the Americas finals last week. I think it was wasn't it Prodigy that pretty much flips a coin on whatever matchup he wants to do.
I think most people flip a coin at this point because it is just the game. Like, unless you have two favored matchups, like if both your decks are favored into both the opponent's decks, if one deck is more favored into both of the opponent's deck, then you should probably queue that deck up first. But that so rarely happens, especially in Legends of Runeterra and the way people build their lineups. You're better off just randomizing it because then you prevent yourself from being exploitable. There was somebody during the Worlds broadcast. I think it was Roji. Yes, it was Roji. Roji always queues Tillia Malphite first.
Because that's his comfort deck. It's like
Always.
Yeah, you always queue whatever deck you're most comfortable on if you have good matchups first, just to get that free win.
Sure. But that makes you exploitable, right? So in his last game, in the very last game, he did not queue it first. Because he knew it was exploitable and he'd been setting it up the entire tournament to do that. I remember talking about it with Boulevard on the broadcast. We very much enjoyed watching him mix it up in that moment. It's like sometimes you set part of being game theory optimal is setting your opponent to fall into a trap like that. Especially, it comes up a lot in poker. I've been watching a lot of that lately. Um, you start playing a certain way to condition your opponent to believe that you're going to make a certain play or that you're bluffing more often than you're not or whatever. Roji's kind of done that all throughout the course of his history with by queuing up Talia Malphite first. And then when it mattered, he flipped the script on it. Opponent queued the worst matchup first because they were expecting Talia Malphite and they got smushed. Unfortunately, Roji didn't make it through, but I really like seeing that adaptation and like that conditioning put into play. Little bit of fighting game mentality there.
Yeah, but like with being like Roji's already paved the way. He is known as the Malphite enjoyer, the pioneer of Talia Malphite. So like pretty much everybody knows that's his most comfort deck. But like with with players on a different scale, like on like just your average players, you don't know what their comfort decks are. So it's really hard to get that kind of readout, right?
For sure, which is why we come back to flipping a coin. And
Fair enough.
that's it for game one. We are going to see the Aatrox queued up into the bar deck, and this is a pretty good opening hand from both players. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sukoi kicking that bar away, but I guess he just wants a better early game. Timid, I expect a full keep here, but looks like he's still thinking about it.
Yeah, one of the things that we realized, you and I kind of discovered this, is that Quinn is really a deciding factor into this matchup. It puts a lot of pressure, and we're
Yeah,
deciding to
and
pick the
actually,
Quinn.
we saw a full kick, well, almost a full kick. We're going to keep the Bane, of course, and going to keep the 2-drop, but looking for some more early plays, and now Timid has them. Quinn definitely more effective into the Vandal version. I don't know how she does into this one. This one plays out a little bit differently. There's a few more units. Um, so it's a bit of a different matchup. The playstyle isn't completely one-to-one, but just the additional pressure of 2 units at once can be very impactful against these removal heavy decks because achieving critical mass on your board a lot faster.
For sure, and it's going to be looking a little bit rough here on the side of Timid because we don't have a weapon in the opening hand. We're going to need to find something here soon.
He's got enough of them in the deck. He'll be okay. But yeah, that is one of the downsides to cutting down units as he has, or cutting down weapons as he has. But speaking of weapons, there is the Darkened Spear. Anaka going to be quite strong onto these Broadwings.
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, I think the two strongest weapons out of this deck are Spear and Harp. Just having Striatu and Anaka on board is just so overwhelming. Like once these two units hit the board, it's just like you get so much refill.
Yeah, you definitely do. You just get to refill your board by cheating with Anaka, and you get to refill your hand with Siratu. I would definitely agree they are some of the strongest weapons without a doubt. We'll see how Timid decides to play out this next turn. And Sukoi, I think we're just going to see probably set up this Seraphine, maybe just pass it down. Kind of in a weird spot. Could also just throw the Aphelios on the board, but that's a little bit sus. Looks like a high note's going to come out to set up for the Aphelios. Reconsidering.
I think we just dropped the Seraphine, honestly. Because we don't really need to set up the Aphelios right now, right?
I don't hate just playing the Aphelios out without a Nightfall proc. Because odds are we're playing 2 spells next turn. Oh, looks like we're just going to go for an Aftershock onto this. I like this play as well. Very reasonable way to help us deal with the board. No protection coming out from Timid right now, and it's going to put him a little bit behind because he's going to have to set up again. Now, Timid surprising me a little bit here. I would have expected to see the Bane come down to generate the tumble and be able to discount it into the next turn, but this is going to allow for a bigger open attack and a higher pressure play, but I don't expect we're open attacking here. I want to develop these weapons.
We're just gonna we do slam Spear onto Broadwing here. Do we also develop? We can also consider developing Valor for what opponent or for what Sokoi has in response as well.
I think Valor is really bad in this spot because there just are so many pings. So if anything, I'm looking at the 1-cost weapon, the Bloodletters and the Vein, or just both weapons.
And we're seeing the Spear come onto the Broadwing here. Gonna push 5 damage on the Broadwing now. Yeah, I do imagine. Yeah, it's like putting Spear onto the 2/2 makes a lot more sense.
No, I like the Spear on the Broadwing, but the Bloodletters on the 2/2 is probably something we want to do.
Yes, I'm backwards.
We do want to be counting down this Aatrox. Even though we've pivoted away from the Aatrox win condition, it's still important that we are aggressively discounting it as we can. And this is one of the best spots to do so. But that's an Equinox picked up. Oh, that can be so punishing here for Sukoi's. Timit might be in a bad spot if he decides to go for this equipment. He's going to lose this Broadwing and just be stuck with an 0-5 unit on the board. Oh, but he didn't take it. He took the draw.
That's
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Not being able to just throw the pressure onto the Broadwing here with the Equinox. That's a weird line.
Sukoi's gonna be able to place down this Aphelios now if he wants to. I gotta imagine he will. Yeah, maybe regretting his decision on the dog there, or just thinking about which weapon he's gonna pick. I think you go for
Crescendo.
Looks for Crescendo, makes sense. Just wants to cycle towards that Gravitum, most likely. There's the Aatrox.
And it hit the Aatrox too with the spear. That actually feels really nice.
Does feel a little bit bad though, because this is only our one of Aatrox, and we were kind of hoping to tutor it out with the weapon pulls. Being gonna come down. She will be met with this Thermo Beam, most likely.
Hitting Boom Crew Rookie on the Crescendo, not really a great hit for Sukoi.
Not the best hit, but it could be worse. There's some 0-1 units, I think.
We see the messenger come out. Acorn on the hand for Sokoi now.
And actually Calibrum cycled towards. Interesting decisions. Maybe I'm just bad. That's what I'm learning.
We just we Calibrum the Vein now.
We can't.
Oh wait, no, yeah, it's only units.
Yep. I like this. Keep the weapon stuck on the Broadwing. Don't give them a weapon back to be able to pick up this Aatrox. We don't know that it's already in hand, so we don't want to be playing towards it. Unfortunately, the Broadwing is still going to get to attack and buff up following units in the deck, but with only one HP, it's not really a threat of removing anything on your board.
So one of the things I just now realized with running a one of Aatrox is next time Timid throws on or equips a weapon here, it's not going to pull the Aatrox. So that gives Sokoi so much more information now.
Yep, it does. I mean, the information's the same either way, but yeah, because
I mean, but you know that the opponent only has
so if you deal with Aatrox and then you just don't let them pop off with the World Ender, they're never getting an Aatrox on the board. So that is definitely one of the issues with this build. We do see Timid start off this turn with a Valor. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see where he decides to go from here. Sukoi just deciding what he wants to do now. Is it time to cycle another weapon? Just passes back.
Do we ever develop a second Valor here? I know Sukoi has... Oh, no, we're just going to slam the Aatrox now.
And this will likely be met with the Thermo Beam. Oh, wait, it's a 7.
No, because it silences now, so it becomes back to a 6/6. Which does take this off the board.
Yes. Sunburst does, in fact, deal 6. I thought it dealt 5 for a second. I really do need that second cup of coffee, Hirsch.
It's okay. It's still early in the morning for us. We're still all waking up, but we're here for a good time.
Yes, sir. But now we're gonna lose this Aatrox, or sorry, not the Aatrox, the Aphelios, unless Sukoi goes for a greedy play like this, and he's gonna get punished by the Thermo Beam. Yep.
Yeah, the Thermo Beam gonna come onto the Valor now. That the play does make sense because we want as much value as we can possibly get here.
It's a greedy play with perfect knowledge, but there is definitely an argument just to go after the Aphelios aggressively, because if you don't, you end up in this weird spot. Now we're actually gonna get to trade this off. I like this. The Aphelios isn't that critical to our game plan at this point. We have both Seraphine and Bar. We've gotten 3 weapons out of him already. Let's just get rid of this Vein. What are we worried about? We
also have pretty much perfect vision of Timid's hand as well.
Yeah, single card left. And we're keeping the Zolani trapped onto this 3-2. And there's a Pursuit of Perfection picked up. This is looking very good for Sukhoi.
We see the bar slam down, generating the flow weapon.
That's a funny one. At least it's a 3-2 weapon, I think, right? It's
I
got
don't-
some beef to it.
I've never honestly seen this weapon make play at all. I have no like this weapon kind of just like got released and it was like, oh cool, this is the weapon. Yep.
Yeah,
No one ever touched it.
It's actually not that bad. It's a 2 mana 3-2 weapon, but it's actually 4 mana, and when you flow, it costs 2 less. So it's like terrible, but also not terrible.
But
It's
we're
really
also
good in
gonna,
this spot.
yeah, we're gonna get it for free pretty much soon.
Well, 1 cost is the lowest it can get with the bar, but
Well, I
may
mean,
find a second.
when it flows, doesn't it discount it to free?
It's 4. It's 4 initially. I just said it funny.
Oh.
It's
Okay,
a 4
yeah, I
mana
see
3-2
now.
weapon.
Yes.
Flow, I cost 2 less. So
Yes, I see.
it's a 2 mana 3-2 weapon.
I see now.
Decks that play it. But we did get this attack off, so the catastrophe is going to be discounted. Hopefully going to be able to continue to discount that, so that way we can double up with Seraphine. Not that it's going to matter too much, but it's always funny when you see that happen.
Yeah, it's always nice to see 2 Pursuit of Perfections, especially in like other decks like Shadow Isles that have hard removal. It's like, oh hey, you have Vengeance for one, but can you deal with the other one? We're seeing Timid or throw back the open pass. Gonna see Zealous Ranger Knight. Get this Acorn out of the way right now.
I think we should be casting a high note here. Just killing it. But it's also probably fine to pass one time.
Do we even have High Note activated? Have we even casted enough spells?
It doesn't matter if it's active or not. We were good to just use it as a Mystic Shot. The 1 damage ping isn't doing anything, right?
This is fair. Fan Club President come down. Spirit Journey.
These are some interesting choices.
I would say honestly either Coup de Grace or Spirit Journey.
I kind of like a 1 mana 6/6.
Her songs just make you feel like you can do anything.
Looks like he did go for the Spirit's Journey though. This just makes the most sense. Just to you can use it on the back alley barkeep for more value. You can use it on your Seraphine as protection. Probably the most reasonable choice, but 1 mana 6/6 was tempting. Coup de Grace is just kind of mid because you're giving your opponent a draw and unbricking their hand, which we know is bricked. So
Yeah, we do know that they're in a very weird state right now. They're not going to be able to throw on any of their weapons or their darkened weapons in their actual forms right now.
and we know that there's no second Aatrox coming out, so we don't have to be worried about that at all.
We see
This is
the
looking good.
we see the Gravitum come out on the Zealous Ranger Knight. It's going to be met with Tumble for the Darkened Blade.
Now, do we answer with this Spirit's Journey that we just picked up? Looks like he's going to.
I really agree with this play a lot. It forces Timid into more of a pinched corner right now.
Yeah, this is disgusting, to be quite honest. We're removing. That's the one problem though. It removes the stun as well. But still, we're removing all of the one major threat from the side of Timid, which is that Tumble. That's how he's going to continue to get value and force his advantage. And now we're in an awkward spot. We do need to be killing off this 3/4 because we don't want it seeing the light of day with this World Ender.
Do we ever just rip Cataclysm now on the Ranger or Zealous Ranger Knight? Just to kill the bar?
No, because it puts us at risk of losing the Ranger Knight, and we really need an Aatrox, I think.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's like he's gonna go ahead and take the attack, though. Now, we'll likely see Sukhoi go ahead. Yep, this makes a lot of sense.
We're gonna kill off Valor and the Zealous Ranger Knight here. We do have High Note activated now.
But once again, we're in a bit of an awkward spot because now the Aatrox weapon can just be played onto the onto the 1-drop here. See what the top deck is. That's no good. We're getting pretty close to this catastrophe, though. Seraphine's got to be almost leveled up, if not already leveled up, and she is.
Now you're about to hear me.
What are we gonna generate off of Seraphine here that can help us? Valor! We see the
Anaka
Swift
comes
Anaka
down.
coming out. We're gonna see a Cataclysm come out next here. Just to try to get this board pressure back and refill our board as well.
That's a big Seraphine.
That is a big Seraphine.
Night flowers.
I may have counted Timid out just a little bit too soon.
I think I did as well.
This is disgusting. This Cataclysm line isn't something I saw whatsoever, but it's going to help him refill his board and take out the one major threat.
And we pull
Oh
another
my
Anaka!
God! No! That is not okay! That is not okay! Oh my! This went from looking like Sequoia had it in the bag to being over for him in a heartbeat!
So remember when I said Anaka and Strayatsu are the most strongest Darkin weapons?
Oh,
Well,
look
that
at the
is
cat!
why.
The cat! The cat's gonna come out and end the game! Hers! It's
Oh,
over! Whoa!
Dude, this turn has been wild. So much has happened.
What the heck? Sequoia gets there just in time! Timid! We thought he was out, we thought it was over, and then he comes back with the sick Cataclysm play that neither one of us saw, and then he just popped, like, it doesn't matter! He hit the cat was there in time! Absolutely incredible.
Wild.
What a way to kick off today's stream.
Banger of a first match. Honestly.
I hope
Like,
that sets the tone for the rest of them.
I hope so too. That was absolutely wild.
Wow. Well, we're gonna get into game two. I imagine both players are kind of chuckling after that one, because that was a heck of a way to end.
Yeah.
Now we are gonna see the Pantheon Varus. This is a deck that's been a little bit out of the meta for a while, pushed out by this Aatrox deck, and we'll see how it shapes up now that Aatrox has been nerfed a little bit.
So I know Kane Aatrox is fine into this matchup just because you have Unforgiving Cold to match up with this. I don't know how this matchup after the Aatrox nerfs is really going to change this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just the fact that you have an extra turn might be enough, because part of the problem with this matchup before was that Pantheon, of course, takes 5 turns to level up, and Varus takes plenty of time to level up as well, and like Aatrox was just getting there fast enough. That's just how it was. Now we might not be fast enough. We might just be giving the Pantheon Varus the turn or two it needs to set up and find its own win condition and stabilize and get there.
So we saw Broadwing and Zealous Ranger Knight drop down on the side of Timid. We're gonna see Harp thrown onto the Broadwing just to get this free trade onto this Lunari Cultist.
Yeah, this is... We might actually want to be throwing it on the Ranger Knight. It's tough. You're put into a bit of a weird spot here because of the fact that Sequoia's units can grow so quickly. Looks like he is just going to go ahead and toss it down there.
If we greed for this Lunari Cultist, it's going to be matched with Pale Cascade here, but we're just going to play it safe. We're going to take the Saga Seeker now.
But we are still losing this Zealous Ranger Knight to the Pale Cascade.
That is true. We are. I think we're still okay with this trade. Just not being able to get this these faded procs going early on is going to matter later on in the game.
Yeah, I don't think we had to trade off the Ranger Knight, though. Or I think we could have just held it back and just gone in with the Broadwing. Because even if we Pale Cascade, Momentous Choice isn't active, so that's not really a scare. Yeah, I think we just threw away the Ranger Knight for no reason. It just didn't need to come out yet. But that's fine. Something that I'm sure Timid will catch in VOD analysis if he needs to, if he wants to.
I think we're okay with taking this 2 damage here.
Yeah.
We take the 2.
So there's some merit to taking it off the board because it's going to generate another gem, which helps advance their win condition, but you're also playing into way too many things by trying to take the trade.
Masquerading as men.
We're going to see the Vayne get slammed down here. Just to start counting this tumble down.
Yeah, And I imagine we're going to open the next turn with a tumble onto the Darkened Harp.
Throwing away a momentous choice early on just to get the flow stack or not the flow, the faded proc going still, just to be able to play this Pantheon soon.
Valor coming out. We did find this Darkened Spear. Getting double the buffs off in a single turn is quite strong. We'll see if that's the option Timid goes for, if he just decides to slam the Harp down here.
I think we just slammed the harp down.
Either way, both of these weapons are getting played. I think we can lead with the Harp, and then I don't know.
Well, now that we have Wandering Shepherd now, we do have Furious Wielder available to us now to deal with whatever we need to.
And the Unforgiven Cold is active as well.
Oh, true. Unforgiven Cold actually kind of just blows out Timid right now if he on the full swing.
It does. It does indeed. We'll see what he decides to go for. Definitely, Sukoi's doing a fantastic job of making all of Timid's plays and turns awkward.
You're going to see the Furious Wielder get dropped on the stack right now just to get rid of this Valor. We don't want any strikes going on for World Ender right now. This does make sense.
But this also gives us the option to now go for the fish fight. But that's not going to do quite enough, actually. So we're just going to continue to count down that World Ender.
Do we ever... Should we have momentous choice there just to put the Broadwing down to 1 and keep our unit on the board?
Potentially, but we need to be measuring our procs every turn, right?
Like,
now, the really funny line is to just kill this Pantheon. But we're also not doing that consistently. So, we'll see what happens here.
We have no way of killing Pantheon this turn right now, right?
Yeah, we did. We could go fish fight plus condemn. And it theoretically works. In theory.
But you have to strike twice to condemn.
No, you can just cast it for 6. It's expensive, but you can do it.
But we don't have mana for... Oh, we did have mana for fish fight. I see now. I see now. We did play Valor this turn. That's
okay.
right.
That's why I'm the caster and you're the guy behind the scenes. We're gonna see the Pantheon go after the Vayne aggressively here. Hitting that Challenger is such a big pickup for Sokoi. He's in such a fantastic spot here. Timid may be kicking himself a little bit over this Aatrox Spring.
A futile struggle.
You're gonna see the Lunari Cultist come out for the swing as well. This isn't going to get punished at all by anything, really.
No, it's not. It is not. But Timid can answer here. He can go ahead and play the Darkened Harp with the Tumble. Get himself a rally and maybe potentially go after this Pantheon if it decides to block. Still, a bit of a weird spot. It's not the best for him. Really playing from the back foot now. We are going to see the Aatrox picked up the next time a weapon is developed as well, though.
I think we have to honestly just slam our second Vayne and tumble it, but we're going to go for the Valor here.
I like this line, and then go for the Vayne after. Just get more tumbles, get the maximum value out of our hand. We don't have a whole lot of value left.
But, like, this is dying to Pantheon now.
Yeah, but we can go after the Pantheon afterwards, right?
This is true. This is true. This is true, yeah.
It's not going to work out because we see the rest of Sukoi's hand, but I think this is the best chance Timid had to find a way back into this game.
Wait, no, we can't even go after the Pantheon because we're sitting on why can't I think of the name of this card?
Well, we can. We're gonna go after it. This is the right line.
Now we can, yeah.
It's just not gonna work. Because he can heal, that gives him oh no, it is gonna work, isn't it?
It is gonna take this Pantheon.
Well, actually we can just stun. But then we're losing it on the open swing. So this is probably the right choice from Sokoi. Just let this one go, set up the second. No need to expend further resources. Ooh, Aatrox can come down on the next turn though. That might be a problem for him.
Seeing the Quinn pick up right now.
Quinn buffed up quite large. I think she got a +2/+2 there. Maybe just +1, right?
I imagine we're just gonna drop. Yeah, it is +1. I imagine we're gonna drop the Quinn here, just to supply some more pressure for us.
Yeah, because we can equip both of these units and get the most amount of procs off. I think it makes the most sense. But we did see another Furious Wielder picked up from the side of Sequoia, so this Valor's not going to do a whole lot. Also, we do, of course, have that unforgiving cold still. Since been nerfed to 5 mana, but still good enough to deal with this board. And Pantheon just kind of walls out the rest of this swing.
We hit Quick Attack, Challenger, Elusive, Spell Shield, and Tough.
Yeah.
Those are honestly really scary combos right now. We don't really need lifesteal at all. Regeneration would have been nice as well. We're going to see this Lunari Cultist try to get taken off the board right now.
I don't even know if it's worth saving. I guess you just cast the Momentous Choice and say screw it. You can offensive Momentous Choice on the Cultist and then Furious Wielder, I guess, to kill both units.
I think
no real punish to that except maybe catch.
Yeah, I think honestly, just throwing Momentous Choice here is just the safest thing to do, because we want to save Unforgiving Cold and Furious Wielder as long as we can.
I agree. Looks like he's going to do it. We'll see if he goes for the offensive play of removing the Quinn, or if he goes for the defensive play. It is going to be the defensive play, and that goes ahead and draws the Varus, who is also leveled. So this looks like it's going to seal the deal for Sokoi. Can't see a way for Timid to take this back with the current hand state and board state. Not a whole lot of good options. Yeah, can't take an attack here either.
I mean, we could try to throw on Spear. It's not going to really do a whole lot, but it's going to do something for us at least. Or at least attempt to do something.
Anaka is kind of the only way I think he gets back, though. So, like we saw last game with the Anaka pulling Anaka into pulling Seratu. Obviously, the odds of that are quite low, given that we have double Seratu in hand, but that is the line to come back in, I think. Getting lucky with the Anaka pulls. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work for him. Because I'm pretty sure he's just dead.
Yeah, you see the Varus come down, flipped. We have enough to get this Varus to where we needed to go for lethal.
Furious Wielder also available to kill out any blockers. Aatrox comes down, provides a little bit of healing for Timid.
And still, World Ender at 11. These nerfs are honestly really hurting.
Well, maybe we're talking a little bit too soon here, still, Hirsch. It looks like Sokoi can buff up the Pantheon and push 5. That's not going to be quite enough. Can't pull out either the Aatrox or the Quinn and win that way. And if he wants to strike, he's got to do it with either Varus or the Cultist. And if he strikes with Varus, well, then he's not getting the buffed attack. We'll see how he decides to navigate this next turn. Like the Baka is going to come out. Take a look at our top decks. Those are probably a skip. Fish fight now.
Coming out. Gotta consider hitting this Varus here.
I think you might have to do it, but if you do, you're just gonna get slapped by this Furious Wielder in response.
So
interesting.
Was the move ever to Guiding Touch the Pantheon?
We don't have to yet, right? We can do this, see if they block. I think we should be attacking with more units so they set up blockers, but looks like Sokoi's okay letting this go another turn or two. Now Timid should probably just hit okay here. Yeah. Sees it, recognizes that by blocking he's just allowing shenanigans to occur. That's why I
Yeah,
wanted to full
it's,
swing. If you full swing, you force blocks, and then you force shenanigans to occur. But this
yeah.
is fine.
Holding up 6 mana. There's obviously something going on the side of Sokoi's hand.
And now Timid actually gets to slam this World Ender. Might be okay.
Do we just slam this World Ender raw? No, we can't. We like they're just getting this flipped Aatrox doesn't really do a whole ton for us.
We're gonna get to discount it a little bit further now.
Stalling, huh?
We'll see how he decides to navigate this next turn. Oh, and now the Furious Wielder's gonna come out to punish. Oh, looks like he's holding off still. That's fine. Just wanted to grow the Pantheon a little bit.
Still heart, steady aim.
This line does get punished by Unforgiving Cold right now. Sokoi could just throw out the Unforgiving Cold now and just pretty much seal the deal for the entire game. There's not much that Timid can do to really come back from this.
Looks like he's going to. And there it is. This denies the strike, so the World Ender's not getting discounted further. Aatrox also getting blown up here. Still holding on to that strike spell. Doesn't want to cast the Furious Wielder just yet. Wants it in response for other shenanigans that may occur. Here we see the Lodestone played out onto the Pantheon. Gives him another option to strike with. And buffs it up.
I don't think there's not much that Timid could do. We could try to throw down a Naka and see if we can pull out another Naka. But I don't even think that's going to be enough for us.
No, I think we're going to look at this Quinn yet again. I think we want to set this Quinn up and get the Bane down so we can have a tumble for next turn. And like maybe have a way to stabilize. But this is looking pretty over. That Pantheon has elusive and spell shield. So there's not a whole lot we can do about it. This Furious Wielder to protect it as well. There's really not a lot of choices from the side of Timid. Might have to go for a fish fight into a top deck Vayne or Condemn. I know he was playing one main deck Condemn, and there is still the third Vayne in the deck.
Yeah.
Seen most of his champions in this game, though. That's something to be said for sure. One of Aatrox, both Quins, 2 Vaynes. This is definitely a bit of a high roll from the side of Timid.
Just like hunting thresher geese.
Oh, we're just swinging here. Okay. This is a decision.
I don't know what this is doing for us right now.
Healing us 2 HP.
It's still not going to be enough.
No.
And this is going to be met by Furious Wielder now.
Yeah. Put ourselves into a very awkward spot here. We can replay the Aatrox weapon and then fish fight to deal with the Varus, but Pantheon alone is just going to end this game.
Wait, did they touch Harp in the patch?
They did not.
So why was Aatrox at 1?
Because Aatrox has there's negative integers in this game. So the Aatrox weapon puts him at +1/+1. When you remove the weapon, he loses that +1/+1. And the freeze occurred for the total stat points.
Okay.
So you're freezing for 6, and then you're losing +1/+1 on top of that.
That's right, yep. So we see the set go to Sokoi here. Timid falling 2-0 into LFR. So the only players that we have left on the side of Big Flex Gaming are Nautix and Ghoster Driver. Honestly, I think Ghoster Driver is going to come up next.
Both Nautix and Ghost are phenomenal players. I've had the pleasure of casting them both several times. I've had the pleasure of playing against Nautix for sure, maybe Ghoster a couple times too. They're really, really strong players. We'll see if they can bring it back, but there's some powerful players sitting in the wings for LFR as well.
Yeah, I think honestly Ghoster Driver is like the best choice into Sokoi's lineup right now. Just going all out on full aggro could really deal with Aphelios, Seraphine, Pantheon, Varus really easily.
Yeah. Annie Jin, Jinx Lulu, and Elise Gwen. Elise Gwen is just a pretty standard, the new standard for spiders. I'm a big fan of the list, actually. I really like
Yeah.
the way he's constructed this. Reveler's
Absolutely.
Feast as well. Such a powerful card as it turns out. So
But
we'll see if that's what Big Flex Gamers decide to opt for.
yep. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in a quick shake of Lamb's Tail, and we'll see you in just a few moments.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. Down to
Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis Esports EMEA semifinals. We just saw Sokoi 2-0 Timid in what seemed to be a really good start to the day, Monty.
Yeah,
Uh,
that was an incredible first series. I've seen some endings to games that I just never thought I would have ever seen. That first game was wild, and then the second game, we thought it was going one way. It came back a little bit, really back and forth. Really good start to the day stream. Looking forward to what Sokoi can do in set two, and we'll see if Ghoster can maybe upset him a little bit and put him off his off balance.
Yeah, and with seeing Ghoster come out with like a full aggro lineup, like I suspected that we were going to see Ghoster come out. I honestly think that Ghoster Driver is the prime in the prime position right now to come into Sukoi's lineup. We have everything that pretty much all the answers we need. We just take Feel the Rush off the board, and we're good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ghoster is in a prime position to hashtag Ghoster sweep. We'll see if he can do it, but it's looking good in my opinion.
And moving on to the highlighted deck that we have from Ghoster Driver, we have Lulu Jinx. You want to take us through this deck real quick, Monty?
Sure. So this is kind of the new meta staple, and this build of Lulu Jinx is a little bit different than some of the other ones I've seen. We've got Ballistic Bots and Yordle Captains in here. I personally am not a huge fan of either card choice, but Ghoster Driver is definitely a G, and he knows what's up. So I trust him to know that this deck is built properly for his play style. This deck has two modes: value or burn. You can kind of pick and choose depending on the matchup, what's correct, what's not. I think more often than not, in this case, we're going to be looking for value, but uh, burn strategy will come up without a doubt as well. Mecha Yordles, of course, giving you lots of options to either make big units or just to get ahead on the board in other ways.
Yeah, so the thing I've learned about this deck recently is that it kind of has like two ways to play around. You can either play for the board based control, or you can just play it as an aggro version style.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
absolutely. You either just go to try and outvalue your opponent with all your Mecha Yordle stuff. You can the premium option for that is the 4/4, and it's the 4 mana one that creates more units in hand. You can do that and then try and get ahead that way, or you can do it other ways and push some damage like that.
yeah, and moving on to the actual matchup where we see the full lineups, we see Annie Jin and Spiders from Ghoster Driver. Like we said, this is basically a full aggro lineup here. I
It
honestly
is.
we kind of figured out that or Ghoster Driver may want to just take out Field of Rush, not deal with it. But what do we think Sequoia wants to take off the board?
So it's either the Lulu Jinx. It's most likely the Lulu Jinx, just because that deck can play either way it wants with for value or for just burn strategy. And that versatility is going to be valuable. It has more resilience than the other two decks. Annie Jin and Gwen Spiders are very much straightforward decks that, while they are powerful, aren't going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, that does make sense to me to do. You took a look at the Spiders list from Ghoster Driver, right? Like
I
what
did. I
what
really like this list. I think it's a very cool list. He's cut down on the Doom Beast, which I always thought was one of the clunkier cards, but he's gone in ahead and added Arena Battlecasters and Reveler's Feast, as well as the Redeemed Prodigy, which is huge for this deck style. Crimson Pigeon, also another fantastic one drop that's just going to continue to grow and be a massive threat. And I don't know if you guys have seen Reveler's Feast in action, but it is a very powerful card when it goes off.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of aggro lists, like especially with pirates nowadays, like picking up Reveler's Feast is just very spicy tech to do.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very interesting tech.
We're just waiting on the bands to come through now. Oh, and we see Aphelios, Seraphine, and Spiders taking off the board. Completely different from
Whoa!
what we thought here.
So the Ophelio Seraphine makes some sense to me. We are talking about it at the start of the broadcast, how this FTR deck is no longer really a control deck and it's just ramp combo now. And we saw that it doesn't really have a lot of removal. Its healing is primarily through Catalyst as well. So it's not quite as resilient as some of the other decks, but I am very surprised to see the spiders being the ban. I guess Sokoi is just afraid of that Reveler's Feast tech, like we said.
Well, I mean, honestly, like any Jin can push through Field of Rush. I think honestly, Lulu, Jinx, and Spiders can't really push through it as much because if you just have Avalanche in hand, you're just gonna
Hirsch,
completely get blown
there's
out
only two
still.
Avalanche. There's only two Avalanche. It's not really a control deck. What we're really scared of from that deck is the She Who Wanders. That's how you're losing the game. With the way this FTR list is built, I think Lulu Jinx is favored. I would agree. I would even say that like all the most of the aggro decks are like decently favored into it. The Gwen deck is a little bit more resilient than Spiders was in the past, just because Gwen is a big chunky body that's hard to remove. And Annie Jin is like maybe a little bit softer into it because you just wipe out their one board and then they're kind of in a weird spot. There's not a lot of refill to either one of these decks, but Lulu Jinx for sure has game into everything from that side. I think looking at the deck list, this ban from Ghoster Driver makes sense because we are going to see the Aphelios Seraphine deck having the most removal, having the most resiliency through healing with Aphelios, and just being able to pop off faster than anything else.
Yeah. I imagine we're gonna see Annie Jin get queued up here first because Annie Jin just completely can blow out. It does blow out a feel or Varus Pantheon. It's so good. My word of thumb into that matchup, or my word of wisdom from that matchup is if they don't have Saga Seeker on one, you're fine.
Yeah, Varus Pantheon definitely a little bit soft into these aggro lineup, and a deck that Ghoster is super happy to see from the side of Sokoi. Even if all else fails and he isn't able to get through the FTR, he should be able to get through Varus Pantheon twice.
Yeah, for sure. And we're just waiting on the guys that are on these players to get into game right now. They just wrapped up their ban phase, loading in right now. And here we go. And we're gonna see or not Red Gwen, Annie Jin queuing up into Varus Pantheon, and we do see Saga Seeker in the hand of Sokoi just to start off with. So right now, if we're not able to deal with this Saga Seeker early on, it's going to be a little bit rough if we could get this Saga Seeker going.
And I like this coming out from Ghoster. He's opting for the 1/1 because he knows it's going to get in and get value immediately if he open attacks. And there's a chance Sokoi wants to trade for it. So now we're going to see the Tusk Speaker come out.
And
yeah,
nothing to really get this Saga Seeker going right now. I imagine we're going to see Goat in response here just to trade out for the Tux Speaker.
Now, does Ghoster even go for the attack? He probably should, and he probably will. But there is a consideration to what if my opponent's hand is good? I think because we have Jin in hand, we can't really afford to advance that consideration and like play in towards that line. But he stopped and thought about it, which I think is the mark of a very strong player.
Yeah, we're seeing the Wandering Shepherd come out with Pot of Pain going on to this Saga Seeker now.
I don't know how we're gonna win now. This went from being like a good matchup to being a very bad matchup in a second.
I told you, if opponent doesn't have Saga Seeker on one, you're fine. If they do, you're in a bit of trouble.
We are gonna get a Lotus Trap off with Jin on the board next turn, so we're gonna be pushing a good amount of damage here. There are no strike spells from the side of Sokoi just yet, so it's not the end of the world.
It's just very rough because as an anti Jin player, you only want to see one Jin in hand. When you see two Jins in hands, it just gets a little awkward.
Yes, it certainly does. It's not what you want to see, but we're gonna have the opportunity to play out one of the Jins here, and maybe we can make good use of this bouncing grenade on the following turn. We don't have a whole lot else to do with our mana. It's an option, if nothing else.
I imagine we're going to see the gem come out on the Saga Seeker just to match up with this Jin, so this Jin, or just so we can chump block it.
We'll probably see a unit developed as well, because as it currently stands, the Saga Seeker is getting blocked. Now it's a little bit awkward for this Jin to attack, but we have the second one, so we can go in and swing out anyways. I think we will see that happen.
I imagine we're just gonna pick up the guiding touch here, or just skip.
Probably a skip, but we'll see.
This rear guard does swing for sure. Like there's nothing else, there's nothing else that this rear guard is really doing for us. It's gonna get a Jin stack and a Lotus Flower.
Yeah, the problem with the rear guard swinging is that it just gets chump blocked by the 2-1. And then, like, you're just pushing 2 damage with the flower and the crack shot.
Yeah, we're seeing Ghoster Driver try to figure out his line. He knows that he's in such a weird spot right now. There's not much that he can do.
I think it's a full swing.
This Saga Seeker's just gotten out of control for us right now.
Ghost decides, I don't know what I'm talking about. He's actually just gonna, Sequoia's gonna go ahead and block this with the 5-5. Interesting.
Should we not have? I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter, just so we can guiding touch the Saga Seeker next turn.
Yeah,
But
that makes sense.
Do we ever just Bakai block there just to make nothing happen, really?
Well, that was my original thought. Just block with the Bakai and it's whatever. We still leave the board state as is. But I think because we have exactly double gem and this guiding touch that we're okay putting some damage onto the Saga Seeker.
Yeah. And we did opt to pick up Shepherd Predict from the Bakai now.
We'll see if Ghoster decides to play out the second Jin. It's unlikely, but not impossible.
I think Pantheon, if we gem here, we can flip Pantheon, right? Pantheon should be flipped.
Not quite yet. We didn't have a proc on turn 1 or turn 2.
So we're at 3 of 5 now, if I'm counting right.
A clumsy use of
3 or 2. I think it's 3 after this turn.
Ooh, upcycled Rake prepping for this Pantheon is really good.
That is a fantastic pickup, but looks like he's just going to go for immediate board presence and take the quick attack unit instead.
We're going to see Bouncing Grenade come out now.
This is going to be used to try and set up a kill onto the Saga Seeker for the following turn. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out because we see the Expanse's protection here. And committing that burn spell as well is just going to be too much investment.
I think, honestly, if Saga Seeker does swing here, we do take that block, right? We kind of have to.
Yeah, I would probably take the trade. But also, he's going to double... No, he's not going to double jump.
Yeah, we're prepping for the Lunari Cultist, which makes sense.
Oh, man. Do we block this?
I think we have to take the block into the Saga Seeker. We, like, this...
I don't know if we can, though. And he's threatening the momentous choice with the second one, so we can't even block this 2-2 safely. Oh, man, this is such a sickening spot. So Koi is so good on this deck. He's navigated this perfectly. I don't see how Ghoster wins. I really don't know.
Yeah, we're going to see Bouncing Grenade come out. Or, is it Bouncing Grenade or is it fourth shot?
Bouncing Grenade, I think. I don't know. I just did a YouTube video on this, so I really should know, but this is going to put Jin at 2 out of 3 for Lotus Traps, and there's the Expanse's protection. Now, we'll see if Ghoster gets baited in to go in on top with this burn spell as well. I don't think he will. I think that's too much of a commitment, and I think he's wise enough to realize that. But holy crap, this is sickening.
Yeah, we're not able to flip this Jin anytime soon. Jin flip is what our bailout is. It's not looking good.
We were talking about how we thought Ghoster was perfectly poised to take this down. And instead, looks like Sequoia just had the hand, had the right answers at the right moments, hit the right cards. That Pot of Pain on turn 3 was so critical to his win here.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, Saga Seeker is underrated in my opinion. It's like people think, oh, it's just a 1/1, it's not gonna matter, you just ignore it. But if you just ignore it too long and you let it spiral out of control, this is what happens.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot ignore Saga Seeker. I was streaming yesterday and my chat was like, rebuff Saga Seeker. I was like, I think it's fine, bro. I think it's perfectly okay where it's at. We can leave it for the time being. You don't gotta buff that yet. But speaking of buffs, this Jhin is getting closer and closer to leveling. We're also gonna get to stun out another unit if we opt to use the fervor here. So maybe we're okay. We might be okay. We can take out the 4-3. We can use this 2-drop, use the fervor on the Jhin to take out the 4-3, and then attack.
I think we honestly just developed Pantheon here, right?
We need to hold Expanse's protection, I think. Or not Expanse's protection, the Unforgiving Cold. We'll see what Sequoia opts to do. Pantheon might be the right call now that we're seeing this setup occur. Oh, the problem with the fervor is that the Lotus Trap goes out on top. So we have to aim it at the 6-3, which is just going to get stuffed by healing. Oh, man, I don't know. This is so close.
This
I don't
actually...
know.
Wait, did Ghoster Driver actually just find out a way just to get back into the game? I think he might have.
He might win on this turn. I can't think it out. I need the eye for help, and the eye is not an option as a caster. I think we're supposed to use the fervor onto the 4-3, but I've forgotten how many stacks Jhin is at. I think Jin's at 2 again, so using the fervor on the 4-3 is not good enough.
It has to go on the Saga Seeker.
Yeah, this is sick. This is so sick.
So let's try to math this out. We can either throw it on the Saga Seeker, or we can just throw this face. Lunari Cultist will get stunned, but Lunari Cultist will be able to throw into a chump block here, because we're at 1 of 3 right now.
We're at 1 of 3. We're not 2. I think we're at 2.
Are we at 2 of 3?
I think we're at 2 of 3.
Yeah,
Pantheon
1 of
comes
3.
down. So now we can actually remove either one of these units. Oh, but we're at 1 of 3, like you said. Okay.
Yeah, so Pantheon's just going to be able to get into a free chump block here. Oh, wait, Jhin flip.
Yeah, is there a reason we didn't attack with the 1-1, though?
Wait.
That we just
we
should have attacked with the 1-1.
If we ordered this proper, if we threw Jhin on the stack last and threw Noxian Fervor, we could have actually gotten a free Jhin flip here and actually push 4 damage to face too.
You feel it too.
Yeah. I think we were supposed to commit the fervor with the attack. And I think I'm 100% sure we were supposed to attack with the Crack Sharp Corsair as well, because it's not doing anything on the board here, but looks like we might get to take out the Pantheon.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we can actually kill the we can actually take out the Pantheon here if we fervor the barrier off, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. No, it's getting stunned by this Lotus Trap.
But if we fervor the Pantheon, Jin's still gonna kill it, right?
It's getting stunned by the Lotus Trap.
Yeah, but Jin's skill does 2 to stun units.
The Lotus Trap is dealing 1. Or it's not. I'm trolling.
No, Lotus Trap does 1 to face and just stuns the unit.
I don't know. I don't know what the right line is. I'm so lost at this point.
We have to take out this Pantheon now. I think we honestly, our saving grace right now is if we rip this fervor onto this Pantheon, we're in a comfortable position here.
Unironically. Now, please,
But now
let's
it's too late.
not hit tough. No tough, no spell shield. It doesn't flip. It doesn't flip. We counted
And we're
wrong.
fine.
I was right. You were wrong. We're not even close to the flip. We were at 3 after that turn. Okay, Ghoster found a line. Ghoster found a line. Sequoia is bricking out. We have more burn off of this top deck. This looks good. I cannot see a way that he loses on this turn, except maybe drawing it to exactly that. It's fine.
Is it still enough?
The bar
I don't think
isn't
it's
leveled.
enough.
We can block with the 1-1. We have... Oh, man. I don't know. This is so sickening. Oh, this game is coming down to the wire, and the momentum is going to swing wildly in favor of whoever takes it, because this is a tilter to be a part of.
I will
we're
Altus
seeing
comes
the-
down.
Okay. Ghost Driver lives for another turn now.
Yeah, he can just develop both of these units out. Doesn't have to worry about it. Can open attack with them.
Of course I'm ready.
And that's going to push a significant amount of damage. So Koi does have to commit some spells or some equipment here just to work towards that Varus level up, as well as actually be able to threaten lethal. I think you do have to attack here to force the trade.
You do. 100%.
You lack imagination.
Interesting pass. Okay.
You see the gem come out on the Lunari Cultist.
in twilight.
We're gonna
Lock with
see
the 1/1.
Crack Shot. Yeah, we see Crack Shot come out now.
And we play our 1-drop.
Let's see, we're pushing 4, 6, 9, 10 damage.
Not enough.
Oh, in the Fervor top deck!
Furious Wielder!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
We have enough.
Serge!
I think we have enough. I think we have it.
I don't
Ghoster!
think we get there. I don't think it happens.
Because the Jin skills still go off.
Our performance begins.
We'll see how this plays out.
We see
And with me,
7 damage just on the stack itself.
an end.
He's gonna
Fury-
commit the no, because if he commits the Unforgiving Cold, he's fine. Okay.
So
So
we're
now we
one
fervor
dam-
the O2.
Yeah, we're 1 damage off right now.
Oh.
You feel it too.
Ooh, okay. So we
This
hit
is
okay
scary.
here. This happens. We're happy with this. We know there's a Varus in hand, though, so we have exactly 1 action to find lethal next turn. Jin is
I
at
think we,
0 out of 3.
and we're not ripping the Fervor now. Oh,
and he's not
man.
good enough. Oh, this was so close. Hirsch, that 1 damage that we missed by not attacking with the Corsair on the last attack
It
actually,
actually mattered. It actually mattered.
that was the difference maker. There was no reason not to attack with that Corsair. If they take a free block on it, then we're chilling. Oh man, Ghoster got to be beating himself up after this one. We'll see if he can shake it off. Not quite dead yet in theory, but we can see that it's very over for him.
Yeah. We see Momentous Choice come out now. It's going to push lethal.
And even if he goes for the Fervor here, it's going to get answered, and it's not doing enough. Unfortunately, just the game for Sokoi takes out the bad matchup first. Holds strong and continues working his way towards a sweep of his own.
Yeah. And we're... So now we have Feel the Rush into Anti-Jin. I think we're just going to queue up Anti-Jin again.
I think we switch over to Lulu Jinx. I think it's a better matchup.
Possibly.
I think it's a better matchup. I think we make the switch and we try and come out strong, especially with the way Ghoster built that Lulu Jinx list. He's got a lot more beef to it than most, and he's on 3 scrap heap. And, so I think that's what we'll see queued up, and it looks like I'm right. And Sokoi is not liking the way this hand looks. He's going to probably keep the Bile Feast and toss the rest, I would guess. There's a
Do we
consideration for the Quietus as well, but
Yeah, I was thinking we keep Vile Feast and Quietus, honestly, right?
maybe,
Or is
maybe
it
not.
just one or the other?
It's probably one or the other. I don't know if you can keep both, but I'm not an FTR player.
I'm
So
not
we'll see what he
either.
opts to do. Looks like that's a full kick. Just keep the Vile Feast. Quietus comes back. And our hand got worse.
No
Our hand
ramp
definitely
right
got
now.
worse. And Ghoster's hand looking pretty nice.
Yeah,
Looking
for
pretty
sure.
nice. I'm not going to lie to you. We have the Jinx. We have a Scrap Heap. We have Boom Baboon.
We're seeing the Quietus come out on the Zonite Urchin right away, not wanting to take 3 damage straight up. We're fine with just taking 1.
All right, now can Ghoster find a Lulu? Not a Lulu.
We're gonna see the scrap or the boom 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 come out now. And I imagine next turn we're just gonna Zonite Urchin this chompers.
Yeah, we don't respect Avalanche. There's only 2 in the deck. We could potentially go for the scrap heap here instead. It is an option.
And
looks
that's
like it is
exactly
the
what
one
we're
he's gonna
taking.
take. Yep.
Trumpet Techer here.
Oh, the Little Dipper lets us do some funny things where we can get 2 Jinx on the board, though. It will likely be the Trumpet Tech. It may also just be discarded. We'll see how Ghoster decides to navigate this. He actually passed.
We're passing instead of swinging? That's really odd.
So,
I mean,
Sokoi is on 5 mana. If Sokoi wants to take this and pass and not ramp, you're okay with that because this swing for 3 damage isn't making a huge difference in your clock. Because if they do have the catalyst, they're just healing it back, right?
That's true.
So, now things get interesting. Are we looking to set up this Jinx? I think we are. We have 2 of them, so we're probably okay playing the first one into a Vengeance.
It's no punishment right now, but
We can see, but there are 3 Vengeance in the deck.
There are.
And he might still be sandbagging that Avalanche, and now he can follow it up. But like I said, we do have the second Jinx, so he's probably pretty happy to play it out. It looks like he is. And then we'll see what he opts to do.
We do have the option to flip this Jinx now if we want to, or not now, next turn.
We might flip the Jinx next turn, but also putting this Trumpet Techer on the board is kind of huge. So
actually, no, wait. I think I did my math wrong. Yeah, no, we don't.
You can discard 2 things and then rummage. Or you double get excited and then use the Zonite Urchin. I don't think you can cast the Rocket.
No, we won't be able to cast a Rocket. We don't have mana for that.
But you can flip the Jinx next turn if you wanted to.
With the way our board state's looking now, I don't even think that's an option anymore.
Yeah, I think we're probably just going to go...
We just throw out the Trumpet Techer, right?
Oh, I lied. I can't count mana. Oh, no, I can count mana. We're fine. I don't know what we do.
I think we just throw out Trumpet Techer and just full swing pulling one of the spiders now.
It's not really pushing any damage, though, but I guess that is the line.
I mean, we're pushing 6 at the least, right?
Third Vile Feast is going to come out to block more, or we can just Frost, Harsh Winds.
Yeah. That's the only answer there.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of options available for the side of Sokoi here, and I wonder if Ghoster ever takes this pass. It is not the worst pass to take. He's really thinking about it. I'd be thinking about it too, because like you're not really pushing anything here, but also passing is like leaving resources in your opponent's hand. I think you need to get them to start using things. I think if you just take this pass, we can see that this pass is actually fine, because the only thing you could potentially use is that Harsh Winds, right?
Correct.
But from the side of Ghoster, he's thinking, well, I could just be burning a Vengeance mana here. Like, I could just be getting through it. But Ghoster does decide that, yes, I need to get Sokoi to commit some resources here. I need to get him to spend some of this mana. I can't let him just get to his ramp turns without ramping. If he wants it, he's got to work for it. Takes the swing. We'll see how it works out for him. And if Sokoi decides to go for some defensive options.
Sokoi is definitely going to rip out this Harsh Winds now. We see 1 damage being pushed onto the Jinx now. She Who Wanders does 3, right? Or not She Who Wanders. It's It That Stares that I'm thinking of, sorry.
Yes, It That Stares does 3. She Who Wanders obliterates everything with 4 or less.
So setting up for It That Stares seems right to me.
Definitely got to be the correct line here, and we finally find some ramp from the side of Sokoi.
You're gonna see Feral Mystic come out right now just to develop us another blocker, or not what Feral Mystic, Wild Mysticism.
Feral Mystic is the card that it spawns, though, so you're not wrong.
Yes, I'm half right.
And now, Ghoster has a decision point. How is he going to navigate this? Honestly, I would love to see him use the Pokey Stick and one of the Get Exciteds to clear off these units, and then flip Jinx on the open if possible. Oh, Get Excited going face. Other Get Excited
Both
going
get-
face as well.
We're flipping Jinx now, and we're able to. Oh man.
And now the question is, does he go for a Mecha Yordle or does he go for the Zonite Urchin?
We 100% go for a Mecha Yordle, I think.
Zonite Urchin is immediate board value, but it does lose to a Vile Feast, so I kind of... it's tough.
I really like this Mecha Yordle line, because like we can either hit another Trumpeteer, we can hit so many value Mecha Yordles right now.
But nothing that we're really comfortable playing into the next turn, I don't think. So I like the Zonite Urchin. He's going to just continue digging into his deck, wants to find more burn.
And we see a Mystic Shot off the top for more burn.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
So we're dropping down to 10 here, or we're dropping Sokoi down to 10.
Now the Vile Feast is going to come out onto this Zonite Urchin, giving us a blocker, but we're still pushing 6 damage on the open swing as of now, which is probably going to be enough to help let Ghoster Driver get there. With this Mystic Shot and the near guarantee of a Rocket next turn, I think.
We're not clearing the...
Oh! Okay, so he's setting up for the Hit That Stairs.
Yes,
right?
he is setting up for the Hit That Stairs. The Hit That Stairs blows out, but there's no way we're not just gonna... The Vengeance!
Oh no, the real problem is that we drew a unit that we can't put on the stack! No, the tragedy!
Oh,
Okay.
man.
So it is probably correct to just play out this Chompers. Okay, looks like he's gonna go for the open attack. If you play out the Chompers and the Hit That Stairs comes down, it clears out your entire board except for the Trumpet Techer, but you can get a Rocket still. I don't know. The Vengeance top deck makes this so unfortunate. But it's okay, because this Pokey Stick always draws us into another Jinx.
True.
Always draws us into another Jinx. Every time.
Without a doubt.
Every time. We're not... I refuse to believe we're losing to this FTR next turn.
Do we see this Pokey Stick get played now, though?
Yeah,
We do.
We gotta cycle. We have to cycle through this deck quick. Like, we're looking for ways to end this game.
And a Lulu!
That's not it. That's not it.
We're now having to pretty much full develop, right?
No,
Nah,
I
actually,
think
no, we
just
don't
hold
have
it.
to.
We just
Yeah.
hold it. We see what they do and we answer in kind, and this is awful. Oh my god. Ghoster somehow ended up just, like, not being able to get there. The draws just weren't on his side. And Sokoi actually looking like he might opt for this copy of Hit That Stairs. Interesting.
Cycling that Jinx early on really did punish us.
We had to. There was no other option, right? So now we can play out the Boom Baboon, I guess, and just fish this out of the way.
If we Boom Baboon now, it's just gonna get met by Avalanche.
Yeah, but that's fine, because then we can go Lulu and double Chompers. See, now our Lulu's taking damage, too.
But we're fine with Lulu taking damage. Lulu's gonna live through it. They played all 3 copies of Vile Feast. We have really nothing to fear now.
That is true. That is true. And you don't play around the Avalanche, so it's such a shame that he top decked it right here when he did. We might still get there, is the funny thing. We're, like, really close. we can find a way to burst discard this Chompers here.
Yeah.
That is not a way to burst discard the Chomper.
Let's see. We're pushing at least 3. We're pushing at least 6. If we can find another burn off the top, we're fine.
Yep. I think we hit okay here. I think we hit okay. We don't put it on the stack because we could potentially lose whatever we top deck off of this Pokey to the to the She Who Wanders. So now we'll see if Sukoi decides to play the She Who Wanders out. He does. So you just have to hit okay here. And now you can go in with your burn spells and just pray that you find the answer. Start with the Pokey Stick, see what you draw, because maybe it's a Get Excited and you can end the game on this turn. There's 2 Get Exciteds left, 2 Jinx left.
Squeaker!
Not
There's
gonna
still a
do it.
chance. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Yeah. Ghoster Driver is on 3x Pokey Sticks, so there's another Pokey Stick in the deck that could get him there. There's 2 more Mystic Shots, 1 more Mystic Shot. That's not it! And he finds the Catalyst.
Oh,
no.
and it's looking like it's going to be the end for Ghoster Driver in another 2-0! Soki is on fire right now, Monty.
I can't believe it, Hirsch. I just can't believe it.
In the matchup that Ghoster Driver was favored for, he wasn't able to find a win.
Oh my goodness, this is such a tragedy for the side of Big Flex Gamers. They really put their eggs in the Ghoster Driver basket, put him in the driver's seat and let him take the wheel, but he wasn't able to navigate his way around the course. Instead of doing the loop-de-loop in the NASCAR ring, he ended up on the wall. Oh, what a tragedy. This is heartbreaking. Has to just use this for defense. It's still not over. It's still not over.
But, like, how are we getting past this Catalyst now? Like, we can just drop another She Who Wanders, clear out the hand. And now
top deck Jinx into... It's literally top deck Jinx. That's our option. She Who Wander comes out here, and then, like, he might honestly just Catalyst, because it's safer, which gives us some slight outs, because then we can play this Squeaker, and we're okay. But Sukoi probably just passes here. Probably okay to just pass and hold mana. Doesn't need to develop yet. The Squeaker will come out. Then we know that the hand is empty. We can go for the second She Who Wanders.
I think we just I honestly think we just ripped the She Who Wanders just to try to stop.
So you can't, because if this hand is Get Excited, you're dead. Right? So you cannot play this She Who Wanders until Ghoster shows his hand. Ghoster, knowing that, may just take this pass, but instead goes for the Shaker. Dune Hopper mech!
Oh, wait! Is that it?
Dune Hopper might do it. Dune Hopper can put him to 1. Oh, and he takes the other one, and he's gonna lose it! Ah!
Oh, no, Ghoster!
Okay, we still have an out. Jinx top deck into Get Excited. That's not a Jinx.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What a tragedy. What an absolute tragedy. Poro Cannon, no good. And that's going to seal the deal. Ghoster Driver goes down 0-2. So Koi keeping it running hot.
Sukoi is on fire right now, Monty.
Unbelievable gameplay coming out from the side of Lord France. Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Absolutely crazy. So now all we have left is Nautix with Red Gwen, Ezreal Seraphine Victor, and Akshan Sivir. It's going to be rough. It's only an uphill battle from here, right?
It is definitely an uphill battle from here. And looking at Nautix's lineup, it doesn't look good. It does not look good.
It's looking rough for Big Flex Gamers. Nautix has to pull out all the stops in order to pull off a reverse sweep to secure them final spot. You guys don't want to miss a single moment of this. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Clouds move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis Esports EMEA semifinals. Monty, we are in a bind right now for Big Flex Gamers. Nodtix, the only remaining player on the side of Big Flex Gaming, has to pull off a reverse sweep in order to in order to secure his team finals here. It's nothing but an uphill battle here, while Sokoi is sitting 2-0 into pretty much everybody right now.
Sokoi has had some of the cleanest lines I've seen in a while. He has played these games so phenomenally. He knew exactly what he was looking for in his mulligans. He knew exactly the game plan that he needed to take to find the wins against Ghoster Driver. And what I still believe was an unfavored set of matchups. He just found the right answers because he knew what he needed and he looked for it so aggressively. It was a little convenient. He opened that Saga Seeker in game one. I still think Ghoster could have maybe pulled it out by taking that attack with the Crackshot Corsair. Would have to go back and mod review to be 100% sure of that, but Sokoi has been playing so cleanly. I struggle to see how Nodtix is going to be able to find an edge here. It's going to be an uphill battle without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side of the bracket right now, I got us an update. It is 1-1 TA Washed Up Heroes into Eniamor's Mayo Bandits. Ultraman just fell to Teddy. Kobachi is also down as well. So it is now up to Sonic, Kevor, and Teddy and Kurashi to close out the match now. It's honestly starting to look like it's going to go to a 5-game series to me.
I don't think so. I think we're going to see Sokoi close this out. I think it's going to be done after this one.
Oh no, I was
3-0
talking about the other side of the bracket.
Oh, the other side. Sorry.
Yeah, with Washed Up Heroes and Mayo Bandits.
They very well could go back and forth. Two equally strong teams. But we have a deck up in front of us. This is Nodtix's Akshan Sivir Varus. We saw Sokoi's Pantheon Varus. This is kind of similar, sort of, not quite.
It's the same concept.
Similar concept, right? Like you're just trying to play for this big Varus turn. This one focuses more on Akshan, abusing the bloodletters, weapons interactions with Akshan and his stuff, using the cultist package to protect your engines like that, and then Swinging Glaive plus Akshan is just such a powerful effect. Ranger Knight Defector, again, also another excellent target for this Swinging Glaive. You get so many buffs. The landmark counts down so quickly. Very, very good mid-range style deck.
I 100% agree. I honestly think that this deck is more favored into the Pantheon Varus deck.
They're pretty even, I think. I think they're pretty even because they just kind of do a lot of the same stuff. This one has the one additional strike spell and grappling hook, which might be a bit of a breaker. And I'm pretty sure I was looking at Sokoi's list and we saw only one Unforgiving Cold. I'm going to take another peek at that now. Oh, two copies of the Unforgiving Cold. So there's a little bit more draw power to the Pantheon one because he's running the Unending Wave and Pale Cascades and the like. And there's a little bit more mid-range beef to this one. So pretty even matchup. Could go either way for sure.
Yeah. And moving on to the matchup now, from the side of Nodtix, we see Red Gwen and Ezreal Seraphine Victor now. Now with the Red Gwen nerfs, now Fallen Reckoner has now dropped from a 5-mana 4/3 to a 5-mana 3/3.
Nerf honestly didn't affect that card too much.
I don't think so either. A lot of people saying that card just feels so bad to drop on 5 now, but I mean, I still think it's fine.
Sure, but the purpose of the card wasn't really to do anything other than remove a blocker and give you a unit to put your Hallowed stacks onto, right? And
Agreed.
it's still doing that. One less damage isn't going to make a huge difference. Not when you have a Katarina and can rally that way. Not when you have Gwen. Like, they're your primary damage sources. The utility of the card is still perfectly in effect. It just feels a little bit worse to play, which I think is a very reasonable way to make a nerf.
Yeah. So honestly, what are we looking to ban on the side of Nodtix? I think we're looking to ban probably Feel the Rush, and we just want to look for the mirrors, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It might honestly be the bar ban. The bar deck might be the worst. But I honestly, I really couldn't tell you, to be honest. These are not decks that I typically put together in a lineup, and it looks like you're correct. It is the FTR ban from the side of Nawatix, and Sequoia just going to go ahead and take out that red Gwen, says the nerfs. Yep, they hit, but not hard enough.
Now the real question is, are we are we actually going to get the mirrors straight up, or are we just going to coin flip two different decks here?
Mirrors in air quotes. We'll see. We'll see. There's no way to know, right? These players are most likely are going to coin flip. We'll see if their coin flips end up on the same side.
So now the real question is, who's it's really tough to call. Like who's more favored into these air quote mirrors.
So I think Catastrophe has a slight edge against the Seraphine Ezreal list. I think the Seraphine Ezreal list beats the Pantheon Varus list. But I think the Sivir Varus Akshan list beats the Catastrophe deck. I think. I'm not 100% sure about any of this. Don't quote me.
You're the bar specialist here, man. You should know.
Yeah, with my 3 games that I played in our scrims.
I believe.
I also believe that I completely know what I'm doing, and I definitely deserve to be up here on this desk as a caster. That's it. Yep. I really hope we don't get 2 mirrors, because mirrors are boring as hell to cast. We just kind of look at things and go, oh, they have that card, and so does the opponent. Woo! I hope we get to see some cross action going on here.
Yeah,
But
that's
who
what
knows?
everybody wants. We don't want to see a bar mirror. Like, yes, they're not exactly bar mirrors. Like, they all have their niches to them, or they're separate entities and win cons. So yes, technically they're separate decks, but they still play the exact same. And we're just waiting to get into game here.
Just be a second. It is definitely looking good for Sokoi, though. With how cleanly he's been playing so far, wouldn't be surprised to see him take it down.
Yeah, for sure. But as we said multiple times, it's nothing but an uphill battle for Nautic, and we're getting into game. We're seeing the bar mirror.
Light flowers upon my blade.
And yay! Woo!
All right, Monty, sit tight. We're gonna have some time to kill for a
Oh.
bit while everybody gets set up.
Boy, and we have double Seraphine bar opener with the Hex Splitterator as well. This
Yeah.
is
But it's okay. We're sitting on built up Intelstones. We have Aftershock to deal with the bar now, and we just draw Pursuit of Perfection.
there's the cat.
Sequoia is honestly kind of just set up for the whole game now.
Let's see if he draws the Aphelios here. It's not. It's going to be the Sunburst instead. So, given that he has 2 Seraphines, I think he can comfortably play one out if he wants. He does need to start working towards this. Looks like he agrees. He's going to find a Yuumi spell. This can be played with only 1/2 of it active, so he can't just opt to use it to buff up the Seraphine if he likes, which may be a very reasonable line to take here. We did see Nawatix pick up a bar of his own. We also see a Wallop to deal with that Catastrophe. So Nawatix actually looking to be in a really good spot here, if you ask me. He's got, like you said, the Aftershock to deal with the bar from the side of Sequoia. He's got ways to deal with the Catastrophe, and he's got a bar of his own. Not to mention this Song Spinner, which is going to hyper accelerate his own Seraphine win condition.
So unless we find a victor here, it's gonna be rough to get this Ezreal flipped and play for like an Ezreal win con here, right?
We'll see. Conchologist is a good pickup to help us with that. Magical Journey is actually a funny option here.
I honestly, it might honestly be Magical Journey in my opinion.
I think it is. I don't think there's a better choice out of these two. The Violent Discord is kind of cute, but I don't think there's any weapons in this list. So it's only +1, which, I mean, is still fine. You do have to work towards this Ezreal level up, but putting some more stuff on the board and just buffing the Ezreal up a little bit might have been fine as well.
Yeah.
Still, this is playing more towards your direct win condition rather than an adjustment win condition. Of like, I'm going to try and smork you with board-based stuff. There's only like 8 units in this deck typically, so not the best choice perhaps. And now we are going to see the Prowling Projectile played out.
It's gonna get rough for Nautic just to try to push damage here.
Yeah, it doesn't really need to push damage though, right? This is the
I mean,
Seraphine
yeah,
Ezreal OTK deck.
yeah, yeah. We're kind of chilling, but like I said, it's just that we don't have that many answers to flip this Ezreal really fast, right?
No, we do not. Not yet, anyways. We'll see if we can find some more.
Okay, we get the Seraphine. We're starting to get something going for us now.
Shoot, I'm late.
We really
But
just need to make it to this bar
Think I
turn.
got a beat.
I assume we're once we drop the Seraphine, it's just gonna get met by Sunburst, 100%, right?
There is some slight consideration to go for the Hexobliterator instead. Just because then you don't put Seraphine into the death pool, and this list runs it runs a one of Seraphine's fan club president, which can get you Heedless Resurrection. Speaking of
We're just-
Hexobliterator, we're gonna see it played here onto from the side of Nawatix onto the Seraphine that is on the board, just to save 2 damage and to do exactly that, keep her from getting into the pool. That's Spell Thief that was picked up from the side of Sequoia. I love that card. One of my favorites.
It's honestly really nice just to be able to yank one of your opponent's spells, and we're actually gonna see him pull a Hexobliterator here.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. Actually, went
No,
for the
he picked the
Pokestick.
Pokey Stick.
I like that better. It's something that's not in your region combo. You don't have it in hand already, and it's gonna let you cycle through this kind of awkward draw where you have a little bit too much removal and not quite enough gas. There's the Aphelios. So suddenly we have all the gas in the world. This is gonna hyper accelerate both our Seraphine level up and our Catastrophe. See it played out here. There's the Crescendo, and we don't need to play that quite yet this turn. But looks like he's going to go ahead and do it anyways, just so that way he can cycle if this Aphelios is removed with first action.
We're gonna see the Crescendum come out. See what we roll here. Blue Sentinel.
Interesting. Interesting. That could actually matter in some spots. That 1 extra mana might make a difference. If you can find a way to kill it off, then we can get Seraphine and the bar out. Interesting.
I don't think Nautic wants to take this off the board, honestly. We don't want to give Sequoia the extra mana to be able to do what he needs to do, right?
No, but you might be able to kill it off yourself or block into it or some other shenanigans. And just having a 2-3 on the board to be able to start beating your opponent down with is never a bad thing either. Guiding Touch is going to help us cycle a little bit more here as well. And we, of course, do have that option for the Hexobliterator or the Sunburst to answer the Seraphine when we get the token.
We now have the option to pull off this Aphelios, or pull the Aphelios off the board now if we want to.
Yep, we can invest both the Drop the Bomb and the Violent Discord into it. Not the worst choice here. Gives us 2 spells we haven't seen yet for Seraphine's level up progress, and makes pretty efficient use of our mana for this turn. Still, we may just opt to pass it down here, because we don't really need to do anything just yet.
And we're seeing the Valor come out now.
I imagine this gets responded to with the second Seraphine played.
Yeah, just to set up the high note here. I think we're at high note proc now.
We may also just pass it down. We'll see. We will see what happens here. Looks like Seraphine is going to come out. There's a Pale Cascade. What a fantastic spell to generate here. That's going to let us save this Aphelios. Nawatik's going to be cringing a little bit after seeing this go down.
Yeah. Seeing the
Now-
Valor pull out the Seraphine now. We're looking to drop the bomb on Seraphine,
Perhaps.
which does make sense.
But if you're Sequoia, you're pretty happy to just hit okay here. Like, this is fine, right? We just...
I don't think we're down to 2 Seraphines now.
Yeah, but we have protection for her. We have this
This is
Pale
true.
Cascade we just generated. We have the healing that we just
This is
drew.
true. This is true.
She's
This
so
is true.
fine. Like, this is the best case scenario for us. Now Nawatik's thinking, why did I do that? He's gonna really be questioning the play after he sees the heal spell.
Yeah. Guiding Touch gonna be swiftly taken out right now.
Yeah, no reason to go for the Pale Cascade, I don't think. This also generates us a weapon, but we did kind of brick it out with the Calibrum. No units to cast that against. We can just discard it, but we're gonna redraw it, I believe. I don't think we cycle. Oh wait, we can do a funny and Calibrum our blue buff.
Or do we just calibrate? We can either do that or we save it for bar next turn, right?
Yes, that's also an option. That is also an option. It's really funny if we Calibrum our own blue buff, though. I want him to do it just because it's funny. It's probably not right, but it is really funny. Come on, give us the funny play. Nope, just going to pass it down and develop into his bar here. No real reason to do anything else.
And we see the other Seraphine pickup on Nautic's side. It's not going to do a whole lot for us, though. It will progress our Ezreal level up a lot faster, though.
We may also just see Sequoia go with an open pass here, but looks like he is happy to just play that bar out. I like this line a good bit.
We generated Solari Soldier and what else? I can't really tell what that card is.
Just the Solari Soldier. But we top decked a Zonite Urchin.
Okay, I didn't see the top deck Zonite Urchin. So I think do we just rip Aftershock now?
We just develop our bar into the Aftershock, right? Because it's the same.
This is true. Yeah, this is true.
Play the Aftershock. So there's no reason to do it until now. But Sequoia is going to be offering up a rather hefty swing here.
Gonna look to pick up the Gravitum.
That's going to prevent the Ezreal from ever getting in and generating a Mystic Shot.
See as I see.
But I think we are very, very happy to take out this bar now.
I think we have to, because if we...
Yep.
Yeah, we actually have to now.
Nautic's also going to flip Seraphine relatively soon here. She is probably at 7, I would say. So, has the spells in hand to do so, with the Ezreal on the board as well. We may see a burst lethal coming up from the side of Nautic's, and I don't think that Sequoia has put his own win condition on the line fast enough.
So
online fast enough.
Sequoia is at 6 of 9 on Seraphine, 2 of 4 on Aphelios. Nautix is on 7 of 9, 3 of 8, and 3 of 7 from
And I
Seraphine,
really like
Ezreal,
this
Victory.
from Sequoia. He's just going to be able to play out both the Pale Cascade and the Rummage as well if he likes here. Oh, that's a great pickup. Finds a way to deal with the bar from the side of Nautic, so maybe buys himself another turn as well. We'll see if he decides to cast the Rummage while he has the mana to do so. Or if he's going to save it for down the line.
I think we just save it for down the line. There's no reason for us to burn it now, right?
Seraphine level up progress. It's an interesting decision. I can't imagine he's thinking about anything else. It's just whether or not he wants to use this Rummage. We don't really need these 2 units in hand, so I wouldn't mind just getting rid of them. We're not going to get to play them out this turn, so I don't think we're going to have an opportunity to play them out for the rest of the game. And I don't know that we need to use the Rummage with the Seraphine into the later stages of the game because we do already have the Pursuit of Perfection in hand. In the end, decided he didn't want to use it. Happy to hold it and just present this pretty large open swing. But might get punished for this. Might lose his Seraphine.
Nautic's debating on how he wants to block this. And he opts to not block at all and take 10 straight to face.
I think that's fine. Nautic is like, I'm going to kill you on this turn. And I think that's smart. Oh, finds the main deck Aftershock, so now can deal with both the Ezreal and the Aftershock in a single action. This went from looking bad to looking fine.
Electro Harpoon, okay.
Swindle
Off the spotter.
also a very good option here. Might be able to steal that Catastrophe.
Gifts from Beyond. Flame Spitter.
Oro Stories and Flame Spitter, both relatively good options. Now, Oro Stories was the pickup. It's just going to get some free units to slam on the board. Didn't leave himself enough room in the hand to play it properly, though. Seraphine's High Note and the Violent Discord going to come out here.
Gonna start trading down this board now.
Now, will we see a Hexbliterator come out onto this Seraphine? I think you have to.
I agree.
You have ways to deal with the Ezreal still. You have a way to deal with the bar after this. You have your third Seraphine. The other option, I guess, is shuffling more Seraphines into your own deck with this high note, but I don't like that very much. I think we're just going to go ahead and cast the Obliterate and pray that they didn't find any way to protect her. And then we go from there. We remove the bar, and we feel pretty good about ourselves.
I imagine we're gonna see Swindle come out this turn just to try to fish for something on the side of Soki's hand.
So I actually like this better. We're just going to hit OK here, and then we're going to go ahead and use the Aftershock. So that way we're removing the mana reduction, right? That's what we're doing here.
I mean, we still have the option to Sunburst, right?
Yep, Sunburst is fine, but I think the better choice is Aftershock Obliterator. Well, Sunburst is first action, so maybe it is just a Sunburst angle.
Fix my stage first
Looks like,
before
nope,
your
I don't know what I'm talking about. We're just going to play out another Seraphine here, and then we'll
And
see.
this is our last
Here's the
Seraphine.
pursuit!
We found another pursuit.
Is he going to hit it twice? He finds the Hexbliterator! No!
Oh man!
God! We're going to lose
And
our
he
last
does take the
Seraphine.
pursuit.
Oh, he took
Cannot
the rubbish instead
take-
of the Hexsplit. Okay. We have to be killing this bar. Why are we leaving this bar on the board? This is like the first potential misplay I've seen from the side of Sukhoi. I can't logically think of a reason we didn't deal with that bar first action. All right, Sukhoi thinking.
I want to know how far this pursuit is for Nautix.
It is close.
'Cause that-
it's got to be close. So
that
he's
has
actually
to-
going for a doubled after. No, can't double the aftershock. Why did we do this? Yeah, but your bar went down, bud. You had an aftershock in hand already. I am struggling to see the rationale here. We've just put ourselves into a really awkward spot from a game state that we had completely controlled.
So the reason we're doing that is just to flip the Seraphine faster and also
But she
preserve.
flips off of the aftershock anyways. It was one spell.
Yes, but we do that just to also preserve the aftershock for future purposes, right? Because what else is
But we could have
Hexbliterator-
made 2 aftershocks in the future. There was no reason to do it this way. There was no reason to do it this way. I'm gonna put my foot down and I'm gonna say I know what's up in this spot. It just doesn't make sense. Because we can make 2 aftershocks, then potentially there's other options that we could have. Like we can make another barkeep, or I don't know. There's stuff shenanigans. You can double your cat if you keep the Telstones because you can turn something else into the pursuit. It's just I'm not thrilled with the way this was played out. It's okay though. Sukhoi's still in a okay spot. But now we really have to be worried of this Ezreal that's been sitting in hand all game. And Sukhoi has to have a bit of a read on it because it's been there. It's the rightmost card that he sees. That hasn't moved whatsoever.
So Ezreal is flipped now. Both Ezreal, Victor, and Seraphine are all flipped.
Yep.
I didn't see what we tossed. What did we toss from the Urchin? We tossed Dust Petal?
No, we used Dust Petal. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I looked away for a second. But we found another bar, which is fantastic. The problem is that we're likely going to die on this turn.
We see the sun.
Okay, that's why he's taking the lines he has. He's just going for lethal with this swing.
Pokestick is going to be coming out. Is there... I mean... I don't know how far this Pursuit of Perfection is progressed for Nautix.
It has to be very close. Between the Poros and the bar and everything else we've played, I would wager it's at least 15.
Trick or Treat come out. Maybe can give us a little bit more wiggle room to live here.
We'll see how he opts to navigate the rest of this. turn. Knows that he's at risk of dying just to the board.
We do have outs to survive this turn one more.
Yep. There's a few of them. He can stun and Calibrum here. He can Punchologist, Binds, Trixie Tentacles. That's interesting. Discard 2 cards.
We opted to pick out Entrapment.
That's kind of funny with Seraphine. Potentially a lot of damage
It is.
if you hit the same card twice.
Ooh, and we hit. I forgot what it's called. Give me a second. I'll remember it.
The Petricite Hound?
Yes. No, not Petricite Hound. It's Petricite Suppressor.
No, it's not the Suppressor. It's the Hound, isn't it? No, it's 2 mana. So yes, it is the.
It is Suppressor. Stony Suppressor. There we go. That's the
Yeah,
card. Stony Suppressor can give us some outs to save us here, or to Brett. I'm
can't play
getting
it
tangled with my
this turn,
words. We can't play it this turn, but it does force Nautix into more of a bind, making all of his spells 2 cost more. Or is it 1?
We're just dying at burst speed. Like, we left the Seraphine on the board when we had a way to deal with it. I am gonna have to ask some other players how they feel about the way this game was navigated, because I just think that there were so many different choices that could have been made in these last 2 turns, and Sokoi would have been fine. But now he's put himself in a spot where he's like guaranteed to lose. We just have the burst spells to do it. Lead with Entrapment.
Trail of Evidence.
Yeah, that works. This works too. Death
Death
Ray.
Ray.
Stuff, but could you maybe speed things up a little? Sounds dangerous. I'm in.
Nautix, you have to play out these cards now, right?
No, he can wait.
But if the Stony if the Stony Suppressor hits the board, it's
not
gonna be.
going to. There's no time for it. He's just fine. He's just won. There is literally nothing that can be done from this point. Sokoi, after we were praising his play so much, maybe shows the fatigue does get to him after all. He's just got burst. Nautix has burst lethal here. And again, like, there were ways to deal with this and prevent this from happening. So it's just really sad to see that it played out this way after such good play all the way through.
I don't think he has it.
He does. There's just no way he doesn't.
With this high note going out now,
There's just no way he doesn't. There's a second high note in hand. Are we really alive at 1?
yes.
Holy.
Our out is he top decks a puff cap.
Yeah.
Let's try
But
one on
honestly, we can find healing off of the Seraphine fan club.
But we won't be able to play. Oh wait, we will be able to play
Yup.
this turn.
Okay, yeah. Going for the fan club president. No healing. Defiant Dance, though, resets the Seraphine.
I don't think resetting the Seraphine really even matters at this point.
about the words.
No, it doesn't. But it might for the open swing, because it sets up a better attack, right?
See, if we didn't commit that open, we still had a chance. We still had an out. If we played slow before that open.
No, it made no difference, right?
Well, I mean, we have the seed to give us impact to push that last 1 damage.
Yeah, but giving them another action is just going to screw them up. Okay.
Can Sokoi Does Sequoia top deck a puff cap here to secure the win? And he does! No! He top decked all 6!
Oh man, so he doubled up on the time trick is what he did, right? Which actually means that there was only 2 because we saw a time trick in hand already, I think.
Yeah.
So
Oh, man. That was...
I think Sequoia punted.
That was
I think he
on...
punted. He had removal for both the Seraphine and the Azrael, and he just let us level. He let the third leveled third? He let one of the... Either the second or third leveled Seraphine sit on the board all game when he could have removed it without question. And, like, just been in a perfectly fine spot.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he was... I guess he thought he was winning sooner than he did. And then, like, you could tell he realized he misplayed because he continued to misplay. Like, I'm still very sure that using the Aftershock out of the Telstones was wrong. The Aftershock we had in hand was already flipped. It was 1 less mana. Like, I don't know.
I'm gonna give Sequoia the benefit of the doubt, saying that he's now tired after playing these 3 matches, because these matches can get actually really taxing, especially when they go out that long.
100%. They have not taken much of a break in between the games either, so like it's totally understandable why he would be misplaying in a spot like this. But I think it's kind of unarguable to say that it was. Like, I don't think you can argue it wasn't misplay. You know?
Yeah, and just having that mirror that makes that it's extremely more taxing. Just getting they burned over half an hour in that one game, Monty.
I know, it's absolutely insane how long those bar mirrors can go. Do a little bit of terrorism, as the kids say. Now we'll see if Sequoia decides to go for this attack here. Can't be punished by this momentous choice, of course, but if it's a defensive momentous choice, you're not the worst about that. It's not the worst thing to see. Decides he doesn't want to.
So we are seeing the second mirror come out for us now. Try to at least put us on equal footing.
And there's that swinging glaive on Takshan. This is the curve that we talked about in the preview screen, and it's such a powerful one. Wandering Shepherd gonna come out to match. Now we don't hit the weapons we need. Probably just to fix him up 5,000.
Or is it not the rake, just the prep?
No. You don't, you're looking too future heavy. You need to be contesting this board as is. The rake doesn't do anything for you.
I guess. It's just like ever since the Pantheon nerfs, just like I feel like getting Scout on Pantheon is just so strong.
Yeah, it is, but again, we're never gonna get to the point where that's relevant if we're not contesting this board and putting on pressure right now.
That's very fair.
So here we see Challenger pick up. Overwhelm not bad either, but I think it's got to be the Challenger for future.
It has to be, yeah.
That's it. Oh, yep. It is the Challenger. That sets him up very, very nicely.
Just to be able to just keep this pressure going and control the board.
And now we do have a Furious Wielder as an option here. So we'll see. It's probably not. We know it's not going to be successful because we see Caster Vision, but it is something that Sequoia might consider. Unlikely, but possible. Alternatively, we can just start trying to grow this Saga Seeker with the gem, and then bank mana into our following turn. There's a few decent options. Really, the main thing Sequoia needs to do on this turn is preserve his own win condition. Looks like he's going to start with an attack, and I think this is acceptable.
There is still time to surrender. Just
Gonna be able to swing for 4 damage here, unpunished. You just take this. We just say okay on this. There's not much we want to commit here.
Yeah, there's no reason to risk anything.
Not really, no.
Stranger Knight, and I think you continue to hold this mana point. Putting the weapon down now is cute, but it's not that relevant because we could lose to Furious Wielder. So just pass it down. And I think if you're Sequoia, you probably just develop the Saga Seeker and the gem here.
I agree with that.
Playing a gem, that's for sure. Whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
you're playing a gem. That's without a doubt.
peace.
And that's the line that Sequoia has decided that he is going to take now.
I like that he's taking this a little bit slower, thinking about his lines a little bit more. We saw at the end of the last game, he was clearly a bit rattled. So good to see that he's resetting and not letting it get to him into this game. Now we're safe to play this Bloodletters, and we can go ahead and open attack into that. It's going to be great for Nawatix. Can Nawatix just end the game?
He probably could here very soon.
Okay, so there's the Unforgiving Cold, which puts a rut in this, but like, imagine if it wasn't in the hand and he just Giga Chad went Momentous Choice aggro plus a double Absolver onto this Ranger Knight Defector.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be amazing?
I agree.
Don't
Do
you
we-
love mirrors? This is the stuff we're talking about. What if they're just psychopaths? What if they're just psychopaths? Like,
Just go full throttle, gas pedal all the way. We have the option to take this trade. We're going to see the Momentous Choice or the Shapestone come out to save this Ranger Knight Defector, which is going to get answered by the Unforgiving Cold.
maybe. There's also not necessarily a reason to use the Unforgiving Cold just yet. He's also just happy to let the trade happen. That I wasn't expecting.
I was not expecting that at all. I thought we wanted to...
I
to
would
preserve
almost
this.
certainly protect the Ranger Knight there. I think that's one of the big power cards in this deck, and I think letting it go down so easily is not necessarily the best thing. But I do understand wanting to trade the board there, right? By hitting okay in that spot, you're saying, okay, like I'm taking your major threat you've been building up off.
Yeah.
So it's okay at the end of the day. Now we are gonna see the Unforgiving Cold come out, right? That has to be the answer here.
I agree with this.
Maybe it's a Furious Wielder.
Honestly, either or they get... actually, Furious Wielder is a lot more safe.
Furious Wielder gets punished. I mean, either way, you're getting punished. It's just a matter of how you want them to punish. Because Furious Wielder, they just slap the Momentous Choice and the... I guess either way, it's just the Momentous Choice and the one drop and the
Shapestone.
Looks like it is going to be the Furious Wielder. I think this is the right call. I think we want to be saving the Unforgiving Cold as a way to protect ourselves from lethal. And now we're going to get to see an Akshan flip.
So this is going to keep Akshan at 1. This...
You have to protect him here.
Yeah, you 100% do.
There's like no real consideration. I guess the consideration is you just let him go down anyways. Like you're always flipping the horde because you always want level 2. But like, do you want to invest this Shapestone? I think you do. Like,
Yeah, you do. Because we already have this action set up to a position where we wanted to with Challenger. There's no reason to give it up.
And you're still trading off that minion, and now Sequoia is just down and out for the count. So, oh my god, Hirsch, looks like we might see Nawatix actually pick this up with the way this is going so far.
Yeah, Nawatix has pretty much set up with double Absolver. We're going to see the 1-1 go onto this action. Just to try to give it a little bit more health to survive anything that it gets thrown out at him.
Now, Sequoia is getting pretty close to his own level up conditions here. So, we may see that come into effect. Most likely going to see the Pantheon played out, and then the weapon dropped on top of him. Giving him quick attack earlier into the game means that he's not going to have it with the flip, so you're just getting additional keywords for that, which I'm a big fan of. I know most Pantheon players like having more keywords. We all miss the days of Scout Pantheon, just like you said, Hirsch. Oh, he might actually be flipping this turn. I'm not paying that much attention, but looks like we're at least 3 out of 5. That's what the double arrow means.
You like it?
Pantheon is at 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay, so we are flipping the Pantheon here. And I think we should be doing it with the weapon. Yep. And here comes the Pantheon.
Can we roll lifesteal?
Skies descend. What do we hit? Lifesteal is
Oh,
the hit.
lifesteal.
Tough is
Lifesteal
the hit.
elusive.
No challenger, which would have been potentially the only thing that's better. But now we're not at risk of losing this Pantheon at all, because even if the Unforgiving Cold comes out here, he's elusive. Nothing's blocking him. And also there's a barrier. But
Yeah.
A greater power lurks
You know.
I don't see. I don't see a reason for Nautic's to waste this Unforgiving Cold right now. We're okay with taking 7 right now, right?
Yeah, we're okay taking 7, I think. But suddenly this looks like a game yet again. We'll see how it works out.
Nautic does have the option to push full lethal here, depending on how he orders everything.
Yeah, with the double Absolver and the Unforgiving Cold to prevent healing from the side of Sequoia, this is gonna be close.
So
See how this goes.
we never throw anything on the action. We just throw action at the end, right?
Oh, he's just gonna use the Akshan to aggressively go after the Pantheon. Okay.
But this gets punished. This
So,
I mean, I guess this is fine. This honestly actually does make sense now.
now the real question is, does Sequoia go for the Furious Wielder or the Unforgiving Cold? Looks like it's gonna be the Unforgiving Cold here. That draws him a second copy of Varus as well. Now, Nawatix can answer with this Absolver and the momentous choice to deal with the Pantheon as well, or he can just slam an Unforgiving Cold of its own and be okay with this. I think you have to take the Pantheon out. Looks like he agrees. Absolver is going to come out here.
Gonna see Absolver return now.
And the momentous choice offensively. There's his own Varus. Now, this Pantheon is in dire straits.
Yeah, we have no reason to commit anything else. We're not pushing lethal anymore.
Yeah, there's really nothing to be done here.
You know, overall, I think I wasn't too fond of this line at the beginning, but now that I've seen how it panned out, I'm fine with this line.
Yeah, this is definitely the right line for Nawatix to have taken. And he gets another Horde down. We'll see what he opts to use this first one for. Probably just going to give his champion Spell Shield.
I honestly think that might be the line. Because we
But-
don't want any more funny business, right?
Yeah, but having some additional draw here is not a bad idea either. Looks like he does go for the draw option. Wants a little bit more a few more cards. A little bit more beef to the hand. And look, we found the Spell Shield anyways.
So it doesn't really matter.
Maybe should have started with the Lucky Find.
Just
because
in
then,
case.
well, then we know, right? But
Yeah.
that's a minor nitpick. And now with the second Unforgiving Cold picked up,
That-
I can't see Nawatix losing this.
I don't see a line where Soko can't even come back, honestly. We're getting down to the end of this clock here. 12 minutes 50 seconds left. Sequoia burning out his clock right now with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Sequoia wondering, how did I get here? I started off so strong, and then I let the misplays get to me. The end of that last game was just such a tragedy.
It was.
Now the Varus
the
comes
Varus
down,
go-
but this isn't going to do anything. We can play the second Varus for the spell. And
But
we
it's
can
not-
put the spell shield on our Varus.
But it's not going to really matter because we have double Unforgiving Cold.
Yeah. One Unforgiving Cold is going to be enough, but we have two just for extreme protection. And Nawatix actually says, yeah, that landmark, it's cool, but it's cooler prediction.
True. I honestly thought we were going to get rid of Palace, not Horde.
Well, Palace is almost counted down, right? So it's just free value at this point. Like, there's no real reason to get rid of it. We're going to make another Horde. We don't really need any of the Horde procs. And, the game is going to be over before the next Horde pop counts down.
That's true. So Koi now down into the negatives. He's taking his time. He knows that this game is going to be the last. I don't think honestly time even with this time going into the next game we'll be able to really drag out enough time for clock. If Sokoi is Sokoi is able to even find the line to win here.
It's just not possible. Any way you slice it, it's not happening.
Yeah.
If you use the Expanse's protection and the draw, you are pushing enough damage on paper. But oh my god, what a sick spot. Yeah, he's just
And Nautix just deciding to skip, not even gonna need to commit the Unforgiving Cold here. We're just gonna play our own Varus now.
And now with
And
both of these
that-
leveled up champions on the field and a full board swinging in,
The
Sokoi's
nail,
got nothing.
the nail has been put into the coffin. It is okay, Sokoi. You've done your job. You've went through 2 of their players. You have 2 other players on your team now to finish the job for you.
We'll see if Rivage or... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher this. Ahuizult. I hope I said that even remotely correctly. We'll see if one of the next 2 gentlemen from LFR can come back and close out this series for their team, or if Nawatix is setting himself up for a reverse sweep. Either way, it's bound to be an exciting set of games.
Get a pronunciation check on this in case that he does go up next, so we don't know we're not butchering it the whole time.
What was this is now
Good
ours.
idea.
What?
That's a good idea indeed, but looks like this is gonna spell the game. There is nothing that he can do. There's no Unforgiving Cold in the hand of Sokoi, and even if there was, it's not gonna do much. Can
Yeah,
continue to draw. Does have more draw.
It's still not gonna matter.
He could go for a Furious Wielder, but that's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, like I said, the nail has been put into the coffin. It's time to go next. Nautix not going down without a fight. He's proving that he is going to hold the line and stand his ground now
Forgiveness.
and make that push to finals. Will it be enough though? So I imagine we're gonna see probably Rivage come up next. That's my prediction.
I'm not sure. I think it could go either way, to be honest. I don't think either. I think both remaining lineups are about par into Nawatix's. Rivage might have a slight edge, but I think it's about the same either way you slice this one.
Yeah. But we will find out soon. We're going to send it off to a quick break after that long match. Stick right with us, guys. We'll be right back right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis Esports EMEA semifinals. Monty, we got a game on our hands.
We do. I was ready to pack it up, go scrim Seku, finish recording my YouTube video, and then Sukhoi and Nawatix did not go the way I expected. Sukhoi went from playing so cleanly to dropping the ball more than a little bit, I would say. And Nawatix, on the other hand, showed up and was like, damn, it's time. It's time. We're going in. And he showed up and he played phenomenally and he took down the win. And he said, Big Flex Gamers, we're not going down without a fight. So I'm really looking forward to seeing where they take this in the next series. I think we're going to get to see Nawatix up against Rivage next, correct?
Correct.
Amazing.
And with the deck that we are highlighting from Rivage's side, we have a good throwback deck, Swain Twisted Fate here. It's basically pretty much a burn deck that's going to be able to flip Swain. You want to be able to push as much damage with just pushing as much out of combat damage as possible throughout the game. We have Watchful Idol to basically turbo flip the Swain. We have Fortune Croaker as well to be able to flip Swain off turns. We pretty much have every tool that you need, including Boat, Leviathan. I would consider this like a sort of fake aggro deck with fake aggro control deck.
You're
Would-
looking
would-
for mid-range. That's the term that you apply to a deck like this. It is a mid-range.
You know what? I'm still waking up. I still haven't had my second cup of coffee. So yes, you are right. It is mid range that I'm looking for.
That's exactly the word you're looking for, Hirsch. And yeah, this is a pretty standard Swain, TF Swain list. I like the heavy metal inclusion. Giving Bilgewater a Mystic Shot that deals with equipment was a really great choice. 2 Scorched Earth might be a little bit heavy. And I've always personally been a hater of Death's Hand, but it's kind of a necessity for this list. And then we got a Noxian Fervor, which I think is phenomenal for this deck. I think Noxian Fervor does half of Swain's level up condition in one spell. So if you're ever struggling to get there, just drawing that can give you a serious out. But yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here. The one consideration is sometimes you want to go Marai Warden over House Spider. Rivage decided to take the House Spider's consistency of always having a 2/2 and a 1/1 over the potential high roll off of a Marai.
Some text that I have seen in this deck is as a spicy one of is Noxian Guillotine.
Mhm.
But instead
That's
we're
just your option over the second Scorched Earth, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this metagame because we have seen Aatrox fall off so much. There usually aren't multiple threats that you need to deal with in a single. Having the flexibility of being able to deal with a landmark is just slightly better.
That's fair. And once again, these beautiful deck highlights that you've been seeing throughout the entirety of the stream have been brought to you by Runeterra AR, the best place to get a deck, the best place to check what's going on in this meta and seeing what's up. So moving on to the matchup, like we said, the rest of the Rivage's decks he has brought today are Lulu Jinx and Canetrox as well. Now, I think honestly, the nerfs to Aatrox affect Canetrox a lot more than it does the Demacia version.
Yeah,
I still think it's going to be fine into the Varus deck.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think bringing Canetrox was trolling. I think that deck has been hit 2 patches in a row, and I don't see a reason to play it over the other ones. Now, given Aegis's lineup restrictions, maybe it makes some sense, but they didn't use Noxus. They didn't use Demacia Aatrox anywhere else. So I don't know. It might just be a comfort pick for him, but I think this is now one of the weakest versions of Aatrox. So I'm a little bit surprised to see it make an appearance today. As far as bans go, I imagine we're going to see Lulu Jinx taken out by Nawatix and probably the Bar deck. But maybe it's just the tempo Gwen.
I agree with the bar ban, honestly. I think the bar ban is correct here. Just
So
because
we do have that Scorched Earth, right? But it looks like it is going to be the bar ban. Okay.
so decks we want to queue up first. I think honestly we're queuing up Swain TF first, 100%, right?
I mean,
Swain
I'm flipping a coin.
Swain,
You're going to ask me this every time, and every time I'm going to tell you the same thing, Hirsch. I'm flipping a coin. Does not matter.
When will you not
yeah,
flip
if you're
the
more
coin,
comfortable on one over
Monty?
the other, there's a reasonable argument to pick it.
Well, I mean, I think
I think is actually, I don't know. I think it's just the stronger deck of these two right now, which is never something I thought I would say.
I think I
So,
think Swing TF
yeah,
has like better matchups into both of Nautic's decks. I think honestly, like
maybe.
it's
Kind of
very
hard to
good.
say. I
It's
haven't exactly seen Swain TF played recently.
well,
All
I
right, I
mean,
think Hirsch is cutting out on us, so I'm gonna take over.
no,
We
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
Wait,
no, we're looking at a very interesting series of games no matter what happens here. Red Gwen is definitely might struggle a little bit into the Swain TF deck. Scorched Earth means that Opulent Foyer isn't going to be particularly impactful. It also means that the moment any units get damaged, we're gonna see them destroyed. Varus Akshan Sivir deck has some options to deal with the removal, but there's no healing. So it's gonna struggle there as well. So ATF definitely poised better. But then we have this Aatrox cultists deck that is just so weak. It's just such a weak deck. Everything's been nerfed.
am I back?
We can't cheat out rallies. Aatrox is now 2 turns slower. I guess you're offsetting a little bit by the fact that Kane is a Darkin and therefore works towards the World Ender progression as well. But still, at the end of the day, I think this is a bit of a weak deck, and I hope Rivaj proves me wrong. I hope he proves me wrong, and I hope he shows up with it and closes this out for his team because you love to see it. But I don't know. I don't know. Politics looking like he's in a pretty good spot, if you ask me.
I think with the text of taking out Darken Ages, throwing in more lodestones and Heedless Resurrection might be the tech to basically get this deck to go out. Like I was saying earlier, I
We'll
think
be
this deck.
getting into games shortly.
We are having a bit of technical difficulties here. It seems that Monty is unable to hear me.
Yeah, I think Hirsch's mic is going on him. He's cutting in and out a little bit. But we are going to see the Red Gwen queued up first into that Cultist deck. So one of the things that is rather strong about this Cultist deck is this Keeper of the Box. Keeper of the Box being a fearsome lifesteal unit is quite valuable, especially when you can put a weapon on it and just stick around.
We shall sing, dance, and forget our
All right. Yeah. So we're having a bit of issues on our side. Monty was unable to hear me for some reason, but we can still hear him. Monty, can you? Are we good? I guess not. So I will take over. Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. It happens. We are gonna see Red Gwen queue up into Canetrox right now. Seeing Boisterous Host come down into the. I forgot what this is called. The Bilgewater Cultist card. I imagine we're gonna see Lodestone or either Box or Lodestone come out onto the cultist just to be able to get a 3/3 unit onto the board and swing in for at least 4 damage here.
They won't get past me.
Nautic's gonna answer with Legion Rearguard here. Gonna be able to take the block into the Boisterous Host. Gonna push a little bit of damage onto this cultist.
May I see your invite?
Gonna push this to 3-1 now. And we're gonna look to flock it now that we have 2 flocks in hand. We want to get, we want to keep. Oh, we're not gonna look to flock. We're gonna look for the Katarina drop into the dagger now onto this cultist. But we're gonna see Darkened Spear come out to answer this Katarina just to be able to preserve our Brewer cultist. That's the card I'm looking for. Thank you. All right, now I remember. So like I said, I imagine we're gonna see Spear drop onto Burrow Cultist just to be able to keep this alive, keep this board pressure going a little bit longer. And that's exactly what we are going to be doing here. It's gonna stop this dagger from being able to kill it, but we do have the option of flocking this Burrow Cultist just to be able to remove it off the board still. I believe we're just going to flock right now just to be able to push at least 7 damage onto face right now. Or not 7 damage, 6. Because we're not going to be able to dagger.
Do better this time. Okay, ready.
But instead we're going to look to preserve the flock a little bit longer.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I can hear you again. We're good?
We are good. Welcome back, Monty.
Lovely.
I have
Sorry
missed
about
you,
that.
my friend.
My headset died on me apparently in the middle of your conversation. I thought it was you going because we were having Discord errors earlier this morning too. So we're in a spot. This is definitely an interesting spot to be in. Katarina gonna flip here, and we're gonna get to take out the Guru Cultists, which is really good for Nawatix. This is definitely where you want to be.
So one of my questions that I was trying to figure out is why didn't we flock the Blue Cultist there just to take it off the board and preserve a unit?
We don't need to waste the flock on a one drop. That's so shit. That is like anti-tempo play. Instead, we're going to be able to use the block to take this thing out alongside our free Blade's Edge. And that's a lot better if that is what we end up doing. We'll see in a second here, though.
Rivage debating on what he wants to do here. I imagine we're just going to try to push. We're going to throw Harp onto the box just to be able to put.
I think he's just trying to decide which weapon, right? Because like the harp is okay, but it leaves you kind of vulnerable. Whereas at least the spear is giving you some attack value. It looks like it is neither. He's going to go for this just so he can continue to have a unit on the board, and I think this actually makes the most sense.
Just to be able to get that unit back after it, just to say, I think you have flock. You know what? Hit me with your best shot. I get a unit back anyways.
Now, Nawatix has the decision to just pass it down to cast this. I think there's no reason not to cast the Blade's Edge, right? That's always something we're doing.
100%.
The question is, are you attacking?
I mean, there's no reason not to. We're pushing 5 damage with this play here.
That is true.
Just to catch you up a little bit, Monty. We have one Hollow Stack on the side of Nautix right now.
So we're in a decent spot so far. We have a flip cat, which is like the most important thing here. He is going to get to equip this Thrall here, which will allow it to be a bigger unit that still can't block, but at least it's going to have some buffs to it.
We just throw.
Was this Aatrox drawn naturally, or was it drawn off of?
It was drawn off of weapons.
Okay. So now we found the 2-drop, which is great, but we also have the option to open with a Vile Feast. And I think that's got to be the line. Looks like Nawatix disagrees.
I think it's fine. We do get punished by Furious Wielder here if we decide to.
Yes.
No, what am I thinking? We don't have mana to drop cat. I am so off today. I am sorry, but
You're good. You're good. Now the real question is, do we actually take this attack? Because Kane is just going to heal back up, right?
well, I mean,
Looks
we
like
have
he's
the option to kill the Kane here straight up.
Yep. It's going to kill the Kane before the attack. I like this a lot from the side of Nawatix. Very heads up. Going to invest the second flock, but now Rivage knows that there's no more flocks and can just play defensively around them for the rest of the game. Doesn't have to respect it. The odds of the third one are pretty dumb. Pretty low, I should say.
I like this play by Rivage just to guarantee that Kane does not die to flock right now. But if Kane decides to block, it's still not going to matter. Kane is still going to heal back up to where he needs to be to live.
Yep. No, we're going to just get to cast the flock and Kane is going off the field.
Oh, true. Yeah, we can do that at burst speed. All right.
So, no healing coming out. Nawatix doing a phenomenal job of denying Rivage a foothold in this game. Really not a whole lot he can do here. So, in hindsight, saving that Vile Feast and not burning it on this Thrall was really, really good for him. Now, we're going to get to see this Katarina played out, and we can even glimpse out from underneath this Aatrox so he doesn't heal more.
I don't think we care about this Aatrox healing anymore, honestly.
It denies the strike spell, which slows him down even further as well, and we're running out of gas. There's not really a better time to glimpse, I don't think. So I think what the line here is going to be is that we're going to play the cat. We're going to Blade's Edge face, glimpse out from underneath the Aatrox when he swings, and then attack with the Katarina. And if they don't swing, we just attack with Katarina. Yeah, so now we just glimpse out from underneath the Aatrox, and then they're forced into blocking because we're actually threatening the lethal. So they're losing their Aatrox, and then it's just game over. Oh, we can also Blade's Edge to develop the 2-drop into an open attack lethal, is the other thing. Because if we attack with just the Katarina, we have 6. Okay, no, he's going to go for the glimpse. Forces the block. And then we just develop, but as we can see from the side of Rivage, he's got nothing in hand. So
This Aatrox is coming off the board. It's not looking good.
no, it's not. Doesn't even get a strike here, so World Ender's stuck at 13. And that hand is full. He's burning the Aatrox weapon. This is bad. This is really bad.
We're burning top deck card. Our only answer is to summon Lodestone, but that's not going to be enough.
Should we not be killing? I think we should be killing the unit there. It doesn't really matter. Maybe it matters. I don't know. This is fine. I don't think anything that happens from this point matters. I think Nawatix has closed this one out pretty heavily, and no!
We burned the Heedless Resurrection.
One thing that might have been able to work him back into the game because it's discounted and we have a strike spell, and he just cannot play it. Just can't play it. His whole hand is weapons. I told you, Hirsch, this deck sucks. I don't know why we're bringing it today.
It's just very unfortunate because Red Gwen really punishes this deck a lot, in my opinion. It's really hard. It's only good into... This deck is really good into mid-range control decks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, tempo is tempo. So, Darkodius has spoken. We are going to get to use the Furious Wielder here. It is going to save us a little bit of damage, but then the Katarina rally is going to spell the end of the game.
This is so rough for Rivage.
He has to use Furious Wielder here. Oh my god, he's just going through the motions. He should honestly just concede, save himself the time on the clock. There's no way he's winning this one. It's just deterministic lethal at this point. Nawatix would have to pass. Okay, he knows. He sees the GG. He sends it out. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is not the hand that you wanted to open up with as Rivage. And Nawatix, on the other hand, opened with what might possibly have been the best hand for this matchup.
100%.
Wow.
It's been a weird series of events for this game, but not like we said. We got a game on our series here. Nawatix is not going down without a fight. Rivage has to basically be able to close this out. Either that, or it's going to be up to Ahui. I'm sorry, I literally went down there and asked for a pronunciation of the name. Ahui Zolt.
Okay,
that's the name.
Well, he's gonna crush it, I'm sure.
I believe, but we're gonna go into game 2 here. We're gonna see Varus, Akshan, Sivir coming up into the Kanetrox once again. Like I said, I honestly think that this deck is favored into the Varus decks, just because you are able to go blow for blow with Unforgiving Cold as well and keep up with that. As long as you have the better board state, have Unforgiving Cold, you're fine against Varus.
Yep, that is true. Until Varus just rebuffs his hand, his weapon. And the Bakai comes down as a 3-2. This is a much better start to the game for Rivage.
100%. We pretty much have such a beautiful curve for Rivage right now.
Much better start. We're gonna get to see him develop here, or maybe just throw a weapon down. Either option is good.
I think just throwing down box and then just prepping for Lodestone next turn on the Bakai might be the move. But we're just gonna see the open pass here.
Pass works out just fine as well. You can still do all the same things. Shadowblade Fanatic going to come out instead of the Keeper of the Box. I like that. We don't necessarily need the healing right now. The Fearsome doesn't matter when there's nothing on the board from the side of the opponent. So this gives us the most options. Now, the question is, which weapon are we placing on which unit? Or are we just placing 2 of these Darkened Bloodletters onto both units?
I think we just put the Lodestone on the Bakai right now just to be able to buff this Fanatic to a 4/4, just to push that 4 extra damage to face, because we're always going to trade
I
down to
don't
the
like
Bakai,
the
right?
Lodestone. I think the Lodestone is the worst option. I like putting down the other, the Spear or the 2 1-drop weapons. Lodestone is like fine, but it's kind of, yeah, it just doesn't do a whole lot. I think the Spear is better because you're buffing 3 things in your deck instead of just 1. Looks like Rivage agrees. We're going to see the Bloodletters come down onto the Shadowblade Fanatic here from the side of Nowatix as well. This is going to offer up a trade. Can even protect it with a momentous choice if he likes. Question is, which one does he defend against? No. Looks like it's going to be the Bakai, and this makes sense. Reset the weapon, send it back to hand, force your opponent to spend more mana to develop it. I like this a lot. And just going to commit the Shapestone instead of the momentous choice.
I think the Shapestone's fine, honestly.
Yeah, it is perfectly fine. The momentous choice lets you hit bigger breakpoints, right? So there's no reason to use it hastily. The attack off of the Shapestone doesn't really matter most of the time. So I like this. I like the lines that we're taking.
So we're gonna see wait, Merciless Hunter come out just to clear out this this Shadowblade Fanatic here.
Yeah, and now we will see if there's gonna be something else played. We can put the Darkened Weapon onto this Shadowblade Fanatic to quote-unquote protect it again, force an answer. Probably the best line of play that he's got in this spot. But again, this Kane Aatrox deck showing that it is not the strongest at this point in time. Like, draw all weapons, what are you gonna do? He's out of units again. Like, if you're Nawatix, you probably don't want to go aggro with this, but then you can just play your ephemeral unit and just pull it to the side. And, like, you're fine. Right?
We have Momentous Choice also as an answer just to be able to pull this off the board as well. Make him burn that mana for playing that unit, or playing Spear right now.
I guess.
I think the right
That's
choice.
probably the right call.
I think the right choice would have been for Rivage is just to play the Bloodletters just to be able to get this this Dark Enthrall out and try to get something going in return.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Hirsch. Now, even if there was a defensive spell to try and combat this, Nawatix can just answer with a second momentous choice. He's in such a good spot going forward. This is not a real threat, but at least there's a Kane picked up now. Still, that Kane is going to be met with another momentous choice.
Or just get blown out by Unforgiving Cold here.
No, we can't cast that. That's a waste. No reason to do that when we can just kill the Kane. Oh, he's even buffed.
Oh,
but it's not
Kane
gonna
was
matter.
buffed.
His Varus is flipping.
I imagine Rivage is going to go for the greedy play and pull the Varus, not disrespecting second momentous choice here.
This is such a yikes. This is such a yikes. Oh my god. He's in such a bad spot that I think this play is correct. Like, he has to try and go for it. You've already seen 2 protection spells come out. Opponent's only on 3. Like, what can they really have? Turns out they can have enough. You just defensive momentous choice here, right? No, I guess you have to offensive. Do you? No. I can't count. Counting is hard. Oh, he's not flipping. But we are drawing another one. This is definitely a trade that you're okay with.
100%. Now, Nautix is just gaining back that board presence now.
When he finds the Sivir.
There's no way we just don't take the Sivir, right?
I'm pretty sure Sivir is like the safest option here, but could also skip, I guess. I don't know what you're looking for if it's not that Sivir. Maybe some more defensive options, but with the way this game is going to work out, I'm pretty sure we are firmly in the lead.
Yeah, we did take that Sivir. Sivir's gonna be dropped immediately here, right? Just to be able to get a lot more board presence going.
The one consideration is if we equip this Dark Enthrall first, I think.
Just to be able to see what Rivage does instead.
Yeah. But it looks like it is just going to be the Sivir first, well, before it can be contested. And then I think we are going to go ahead and equip the Dark Enthrall no matter what, because we want the Dark Enthrall to strike first, leveling up the Sivir so everything else gets quick attack and spell shield, although it doesn't really matter in this spot. We will see. We will see.
I don't see
I
a
guess we
reason.
also just play the Ephemeral Unit first.
Yeah, I see no reason not to play the ephemeral or the Shadow Fiend right now.
We might want it as a blocker in the future or just to hold the mana. There's like a couple reasons why not to, but what can you do?
Nautic's carefully thinking about what he really wants to do right now. I think he's honestly bouncing back and forth between those two lines right now.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what leaves him in a better spot for future turns.
We see the Shadow
He's
Fiend
decided
come
that just
out.
pushing is good. He's actually going to put the... That's interesting. I guess this way the... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Right? He doesn't want to give them... Okay. Yeah, it says you can heal 2, but I'm going to deal 5 back. I don't need to give up anything else here. No, bro, you can't block that way. Stop trying to grief yourself, my man. Politics has set himself up nicely for this endgame. He's doesn't have the cards, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much from this spot. He does have a flipped Sivir. That spell shield is relatively protected. I mean, we see that there's a second Aatrox in hand and a Furious Wielder, but that's a lot of investment, and we do have Momentous Choice, or sorry, the Unforgiving Cold to deal with it. And yet again, Rivage burns a card because the hand is so clunked full of these weapons. What an awkward draw yet again. God, I hate this Cultist Aatrox deck. It's so bad. I'm being overtly negative today, and I don't know why. I apologize.
So, Nautic does equip the Thrall here, I think, just to be able to burn and play.
No, there's no point. It doesn't do anything. If anything, we're equipping the bow onto the 4-2 and then the 1 mana weapon onto the 2-1, but that taps us under the Unforgiving Cold, so there's no reason to do that. We're good to just pass this all the way down. Yeah, I think you have to play the Bloodletters. I don't think you have an option. So, for Rivage to win this game, what he's got to do is get 2 Aatrox on the field. That's like the only way he's winning, right?
Yeah.
So he can play out all these Darkin for free. The only way that's happening is if he equips this 4-3, sends in this swing, then trades off the Aatrox weapon, puts it on, and he's banking... Not banking enough mana. He needs to attack with the Aatrox, or to at least use the Aatrox spell. Or he's just got to do it the turn after, I guess.
We see the Bloodletters come out on the Shadow Fiend now. Honestly, it's just we're in such a really awkward spot. Like I said a while back earlier, like it's gonna be hard to get World Ender flipped with this deck.
Yeah. Yeah, 16 cost World Ender is just a little too high for a deck that is all weapons, no units.
Yeah. Shadow Fiend just gonna come out for the swing just to generate us a Dark Enthrall, discounting this World Ender to 12 now. Honestly, yeah, we can just take this 5 damage. It's not that big of a deal.
We do not care. I'm pretty sure he's got to cycle this Aatrox weapon onto the Dark Enthrall now. I don't think he's got another opportunity to do it cleanly. And if he waits, then I'm not. Yeah, maybe he just loses. I don't know. It's really tough again. Just put himself in a terrible spot once more. I guess the other option is to go for a trade play onto the Sivir, but that's yucky.
I'm trying to think of like what we could really do. You could Furious Wielder one of these, or say Furious Wielder for the Varus drop just to be able to get something going, but then you're gonna get punished by Unforgiving Cold.
Yep. At the very least, he has to put an equipment onto this Thrall right now.
Yes, 100%.
Just any piece of equipment. Doesn't matter which one. Just put one on it. Let's get ourselves an Aatrox. Just put the Kane weapon on it. Sorry, not an Aatrox. Oh my god, he didn't do it.
He ran out of time, I think.
No, he passed. He straight up passed. I don't know why he's not equipping this Thrall. Your hand is all fucking weapons. Holding 5 mana doesn't do anything for you there. There's no reason not to equip it. The only reason not to equip it is to play around, quote unquote, play around the Unforgiving Cold, because the Unforgiving Cold is going to go off and then you're going to get the buff hit afterwards. But it doesn't. It's irrelevant. Like,
It's just it's a really rough spot.
it is. This is painful to watch. Okay, what are we gonna see here? Furious Wielder being hovered. So now Nawatix knows I gotta hold mana, although I don't know what he was gonna spend it on before.
We're committing the Furious Wielder, gonna get punished by Unforgiving Cold here right now. There's not a ton that he can do.
Yeah, I think it does have to be the Unforgiving Cold. No reason to go for anything else. And this should just close out the game.
That will be the end of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Because we're pushing 15 straight up with just Sivir and Varus alone. Blocking is not going to be, or Momenta's choice onto the Aatrox isn't going to really do much. I mean, we do get we can have a potential of 4 health getting out here. Depends on how.
He could also play Zalani if he's given another action, but I don't know that he will be. Oh, it looks like now we're gonna go for. Okay.
Okay, Rivage is going for the play that will secure us at least one more turn here. But I don't know if that one more turn is really going to be enough for us.
Yeah, I think this is just a swing angle. Do we even get one more turn?
We do.
Got a block.
You block the Kai, swing one more at the Merciless Hunter, and that buys us one more turn.
It does indeed. But it's not a fun turn, that's for sure. So 12. Yeah, we're blocking 7 and we're taking 14, right? Count.
Oh wait. No. Spell Shield gets on everybody. We're actually just dead.
No, we're fine. We just block the Sivir and we lose our thing. We're alive in 3.
That actually is true, yes.
And he is going to get the World Ender next turn, so it's maybe not over quite yet. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. And the World Ender honestly isn't going to get to go off because we have this Furious Wielder in hand, so... This is like his only out, and he's about to get stuffed.
This is looking rough for the side of Rivage. Nawatix does have the option to basically reverse sweep all of LFR right now.
There's
This is
game
going to be in
two.
that is game 2. Nautix has to blow through. I'm going to attempt this one more time. I'm going to say this slow so I don't butcher it. Ahuitz Zolt. I hope I said that right.
If you told me at the start of the day that this was going to come down to the the very last series, I wouldn't have believed. I would have told you, nope. After that first series, I was like, no, it's Sequoia sweeping. It's going to be over. It's going to be clean. We're going home. I'm going to have my whole afternoon. And here we are 3 hours later, and it's still going. We're on games 5, like set 5, and it's been a nail biter all the way through, with the exception of maybe the first one and the last one. But
You know what? I'm here. Like I said at the beginning, if you would have told me, I'm not gonna lie. At the beginning, I honestly thought before coming in this cast, I thought LFR was gonna be able to sweep this match. But I'm honestly getting proven wrong right now. Honestly, I'm kind of happy to see a 5-game series here. I mean, we're in good company here. We got great games going on. Like everything has just been a table flip right now. Like everything that I thought was going to happen, I have been just proven wrong. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm glad. We're going to game 5, guys. Nautix versus Ahuitz Zolt with Nora Vigar, Jakes Lulu, and Heimerdinger Jace. You know what? You don't want to miss a single moment of it. This is the final game to who goes on to finals and who goes to the 3rd place match. Stick right with us. We'll be back momentarily.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Aegis Esports EMEA semifinals between Big Flex Gamers and Lore France. Monty, we're in game 5. Like I said before we cut to a break, if you told me that we would be in a game 5 position, I honestly would not have believed it. But here we are. Like, a lot of things have happened on stream that we didn't even see coming at all. Like, we thought Ghost Driver was going to be able to pull off a little bit of a sweep there and get a run going, but he went down 2-0, and now it's up to Nautix pulling off a reverse sweep of his own.
Yeah, and Nautix has been playing phenomenally. We started off the day praising Sequoia's play, but we're gonna end the day praising Nautix's. I hope. Let's hope that he can keep it up through this last round, because last time we said this, they flipped. The play went out the window. But we'll see. We'll see what he can do, and if he can hold on to it and continue playing as strongly as he has and take it home for Big Flex Gamers. Either way, regardless of how it goes, it's been a hell of a series, and I'm so glad I've gotten to cast it.
So before we get into this game 5 matchup, I do have some news here. So on the other side of the bracket, TA Washed Up Heroes, Teddy did a sweep and went 3-0 into Eniamore's Mayo Bandits. So the end score was 3-1 TA Washed Up Heroes. The winner of this match is going to fight TA Washed Up Heroes in the finals. The loser will be fighting the Mayo Bandits for 3rd place.
And we've got a deck up on screen, and it's one that we haven't seen in about a minute. And it got a new tool in the Puzzling Signpost in the last patch, but it's not the biggest deal. It's Nora Vagar, and this is just pretty standard Nora stuff. You stall out, you get to the end game, you hit him with a big Ixtali Sentinel, and that's that, right? It's pretty decently positioned in the meta, I would say. You have early units to help you deal with, like, Lulu Jinx stuff. You have big stall tools and, like, big removal spells like the Vengeance to help you deal with stuff like Aatrox. So with the way the meta has shifted, I think this is definitely a reasonable pick, and definitely one I'm excited to see how show up today, and we'll see how it performs.
So one thing that I do love about this deck is just being able to Portapalooza. Like, one thing is that, especially in the Heimer Nora mirrors, when that deck was still relevant, this deck was still favored because you're just able to stall out the game until basically until you're able to get Destinated on the board and be able to just wipe out the opponent's board. So with that, moving on to our matchup, because I'm excited to get into this game 5. I want to get there fast. We have on Ahuit Zolt, say that 5 times fast, jeez. Bringing Lulu Jinx and Heimer Jace as well, double SI into Nautix lineup. I think, honestly, we're going to ban the Seraphine deck again.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. It has the most removal, so it would make the most sense, but there's a chance that we just ban the Red Gwen instead, although it's pretty close. I think it's probably going to be the Seraphine deck. But then if you're Nautix, what are you banning here? Because I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Honestly, it's probably either Lulu Jinx or Jace Heimer. That's just my take on this, because, like, honestly, Nora Vigar, it's not that scary into our lineups. Like, unless Nora's flipped, we're generating low cost units that are going to be low health for us to easily deal with. And we see the Action Varus Sivir deck and the Jinx Lulu deck band come out. Now, I already know Monty's answer for this. We're gonna coin flip. We're gonna coin flip which deck we're gonna pick, but I think, honestly, we're probably gonna queue up Heimer Jace first.
Does not matter. I don't think it matters.
I think, honestly, both decks are kind of. I think, honestly, this time it honestly doesn't matter which deck we queue up first, because both decks are kind of doing or accomplishing pretty much the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And we're just waiting for these guys to get in the game. Should be in there shortly. With this Heimer Jace deck, since it's been around pretty much almost, it's like the second longest deck, or a second deck Why am I getting so tied up with my words? It's the second longest deck that's been relevant in the meta next to Feel the Rush. But I don't. It's just been it's just been a solid deck. I say this a lot. It's just been a solid deck, and I think it will be continued to be a solid deck through for a while to come, unless Riot decides that this deck has seen too much play and that it needs to be shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just want to see this game get underway because I'm ready to see some action. I want to see them go fight it out and see who comes out ahead here.
I 100% agree. I'm super eager to find out who's gonna go up against TA Washed Up Heroes. But like we said, we're just waiting for the guys to get into game. They have been given the okay, but let's dig into this. I know we didn't really talk about it that much. Let's dig into this Heimer Jace deck a little bit. If I can pull it up here.
I mean, it's a pretty standard Heimer Jace list. A lot of people like to think Heimer Jace is a control deck, but at the end of the day, it really is mid range beatdown through the turrets. Like, all it wants to do is stabilize with a Hextech handler into a production surge.
Yeah, nothing too odd or out of the ordinary about this deck. It just seems like a very stable deck. But I do think that it might have some struggles into the Seraphine deck a little bit. Just because we are on, I believe we are on Caustic Rift for. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties once again here. We're gonna throw it to a short break while we try to figure out these technical difficulties and try to get us into game here. Stick right here with us. We'll be right back in just a second. Welcome back. We did get our technical difficulties sorted out, and we didn't miss a whole lot. We just missed 3 turns, and we see that we have Red Gwen into Jace Heimer now.
And a whole lot of nothing has gone on, just like you said.
So the hand is still catching up with what's going on right now. Actually, no, we are caught up now. We are going to see the Vile Feast come out onto the Reggie. I think we generated probably Piercing Darkness off of Reggie right now. That's what I'm assuming that we missed.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Unless, yeah, it would have to be the Piercing Darkness because nothing else correlates in the hand with the way the turns played out. So now it's just deciding if he wants to go for this Vile Feast or not. There are some better targets. If you pass back and they go into Production Surge and it hits the 6-mana turret, then you can just slam it there. Still, I think this is probably a reasonable Vile Feast to go after.
Yeah, I definitely do not hate this. I imagine we're gonna see. Honestly, there's not much really to do. There's no reason to drop the Katarina. We can drop the Katarina now just to get rid of this other Reggie. Wait, what did we just pull? I actually don't know that card.
That's Utter Devastation. It's a one-sided Ruination. for Darken and equipped units.
Okay, so okay. I see now. So I imagine we're gonna see the Katarina, or no, we're just gonna see Fallen Reckoner come out, or no, not Fallen Reckoner, Ruined Reckoner come out. We're gonna see the Spiderling come for the swing here, but not until after Aftershock hits this Risen Reckoner.
Yep.
And we're gonna see this trade come down with the Reggie now.
Send the spider in. Let's go. Big flex emote.
Big
Let's
flex.
go.
Big
Love
flex
it.
emote for the big flex gamers. So
Now,
we
unfortunately,
are.
This Katarina is never leveling, right? But we have a second one. So we're just going to go ahead and put it all into the pool of the harrowing, and then we're going to try and win that way. And it's going to be great.
Yeah, Thermal Boom's going to come out and meet this now. And we're just going to be throwing dagger at face.
Yep.
Because there's no other targets that he could possibly throw out right now.
Notably, that thermal beam was for 5, which means that it's not activating the Jace level up condition or turning on these turrets.
Very true. And we draw
And
third Katarina.
Okay.
This is not looking too good for the side of Nautix. We're not drawing anything that we really need here.
We just did okay. No, I mean, this is fine, right? Okay. So we opted for the overwhelm unit instead of the Katarina.
We're dropping a raw Risen or Fallen Reckoner. No block can't block targets, nothing. I don't know how I feel about this. But the Quietus does come out to answer this Heimerdinger and punish him. I don't know how I feel about that. Just dropping that straight up like that with no targets. We're going to see second Katarina come out with Legion Rearguard here just to be able to meet some damage onto the board.
Reporting in.
But we're just going to see Shock Blast come out to meet second Katarina as well.
Yeah, but then we have third Katarina.
This is true. We do have third Katarina.
True. We also have this Mark of the Isles.
You know what? Screw it. We're going to send all 3 Katarinas to the death pool.
I actually think we're just supposed to mark here. Oh, looks like he's going to let it go and just generate the third Katarina, which is also fine.
Because honestly, pulling 2 Katarinas from the death pool is not the worst thing in the world. And we're getting 2 daggers for free.
Yeah. Are we even playing the daggers, though?
I don't see a reason not to.
We might want the mana. I don't know how relevant the 2 damage is in this matchup. We'll see what Nautix decides to do. He'll know better than I will. That's why he's the player and I'm the caster.
Debating on whether he's going to rip these 2 daggers now or actually just end the turn and just not even bother with it. I guess the 2 damage doesn't really matter. But we are going to see the Hextech Handler come out and buff up all of our tech units in the deck. And we're going to see the second one drop as well, Monty. Katarina coming out to rally. Going to be met by Piercing Darkness now. That is our third Katarina going out to the death pool now.
Yep, it is indeed going to be the third Katarina going to the death pool, but that's not going to matter too much because we do have this harrowing on the following turn.
We're going to see Arachnoid Sentry come out to block or to stop this Hextech Handler from being able to swing on us.
It's going to get flocked as well. Oh, this is setting up to be a big turn from the side of Nautix.
Yeah, I think this harrowing is actually going to be massive now. Because we can just rip it on opponent on Nautix's turn, or on Ahuizolt's turn, and just basically rally, and there's nothing that can be done to answer unless we top deck a Ruination here. I think honestly, with how this hand was shaping up to look earlier, it's looking like Nautix is actually going to be able to take game 1 now.
Yeah, Nawatix has just run away with this game at this point. Yeah, we don't even have the mana for the utter devastation to counter. And he doesn't even need to play the harrowing this turn, although he certainly can because it's gonna cause flipped Katarina to revive. So he gets this attack for free. And this is...
There's nothing that can be done.
I almost would have liked to see him use the Mark of the Isles there. Just to clear out the board space, but I don't think it matters.
Nantix has shown us that he knows how to actually really pilot this deck. We're getting all 3 of our Katarinas back, rallying 3 times. That's pretty much game 1 now.
And the free attack. Don't forget the free attack. We're getting that
also
back
the free attack too.
These are some bulky turrets, though. So we'll see what happens here. I actually think we should have been using that. We should have used the Mark of the Isles. I think if we use the Mark of the Isles, we win the game like 100% of the time. Not that we're not winning the game 100% of the time there, but that was a very explosive game 1. Very well played from the side of Nawatix. Unfortunately for, I'm not going to even try for LFR. The draw just wasn't there. He had some early units, but it wasn't enough to put on the pressure. He didn't have the removal tools that he needed to answer the options from Nawatix. And like Triple Cat is such an outlier. How do you play around Triple Cat?
There's just no way.
So now we're going to see Nawatix back on the back alley bar deck up against this Heimerdinger Jace list. And now this is a matchup where the bar itself is at risk of going down because we have both a main decked Aftershock and Piltover Telstones, but generally, the Heimerdinger Jace list is going to give you enough time to get your own win conditions online. It's just a matter of are we going to be able to burst them down with the Ezreal before they kill him?
Because Jace is going to be a deciding factor into this matchup, right? I think Jace is what will basically be able to get Ahuitzol to the win, and we do top deck the Jace now, so we do have our win con online, or not online. Sorry, we have our win con to be able to get him online. That's what I was trying to say. We see the 6-mana production surge come out, going to be met by the signpost. We don't want Ahuitzol to be able to develop this big of a board this early, but it's still going to be able to get us a 1 spell closer to the Jace flip. Irritive Improvement and Piltover Telstones. I imagine we're just going to go for the Irritive Improvement here, just to be able to... Because honestly, Piltover Telstones doesn't really do a whole lot for us early on right now.
It might just be Bandle Telstones, to be honest. The Electro Harpoon is probably a slightly better choice than some of the other options, but Piltover Telstones is perfectly fine as well. Does give us some good choices. Telstones in general, just significantly good cards, especially in this deck that wants to make use of multiple spellcasts.
We see the Adaptatron come out right now. It's gonna get some value starting next turn. Because we're just gonna bank this mana and rip out a 7-mana an 8-mana production surge next turn.
Yeah, we could do that. It's likely to give us a big 8/8 though, and that's not necessarily what we want to be seeing, especially with this Adaptatron on the board.
But we never just hit the 8/8. But we're gonna see. Why am I just blanking? We're gonna see. Get excited. Thank you.
To remove the Adaptatron here, and even if this production surge does come out, we do have the Bandle Deny to counter it. Actually, just gonna go ahead and drop the Heimerdinger. Now I'm the one that's blanking, and we'll see if Nawatix decides to go after it aggressively, looking with this Telstones and the group shot. It looks like he will.
It looks like he is.
I think that's the right call. We don't want to let this stick on the board.
Yeah, we don't want it.
Yep, we are going to see the response with the Apex turret being created there.
Give it
and
all.
Actually, the shot going to be fired out as well. I like this. This gets some value out of it. Got 5 mana's worth of value out of your 5-mana card.
Yeah, and give it all a pickup is honestly really good for the Jace later on, just after we accelerate. Or Hex, accelerate. There.
Yeah, that you can't cast both of those in the same turn. So.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna prep for it later on. It's not give it all is not the worst, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not, but it's most likely gonna get discarded. But it's actually not a give it all at all.
It's a hex deck anomaly.
Yep. It is in fact a hex deck anomaly. Lightning Rush, Quicken, and Mushroom Cloud are the options here. Likely gonna go with Lightning Rush or Quicken just because they will actually advance your win condition. Quicken gonna be the choice. And do we send this back and stall a turn? Probably not worth it, but looks like we might. It is a mana positive trade, so it's not the worst thing in the world. We also get the draw off. Just buys us a little bit more time. And makes his next turn awkward.
Seeing 2 puzzling signposts on our production surge not being able to get through is really has to feel really bad here.
To the world below.
We're gonna see Conchaologist traded into Mark II turret. Get that tough off the board right now. On to
Also
Dust.
worth noting, because of the cast play changes, that still counts towards the Jace level up, as we're gonna see here. Jace is flipping, and now we do have the option to double production surge next turn. There's a lot of good options here, actually. Fortunately, no way to deal with this barkeep as it currently stands.
Hitting 3
1/1.
1/1s.
Could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Prowling Projectile, an interesting choice. Poro Story's probably just slightly better to give us some board defense here.
I don't hate Poro Stories, honestly. It does give us, it does allow us to trade into these 1/1s, but I don't think these 1/1s are ever going to be swinging. Right? Or actually, no,
Yeah,
we
I
do,
don't know.
I think we do want to swing with these 1/1s just to try to clear out the board a little bit here and get a better production surge next turn.
Actually just wants the mana, which I think is perfectly reasonable. Yep. Gonna go ahead and cast that as well. And this is funny, because now we can quicken the Jace on a future turn.
Yeah. I imagine we're probably gonna rip this quicken now just to be able to stop this Jace from being able to hit another production surge.
I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of sussy to rip it now, because then he just replays Jace and that's whatever. And looks like we are going to hit the acceleration gate, though, so doing a good job of taxing the mana there. If that is going to be the line coming up from LFR.
And we do
second part is going to come down.
Yeah, we're setting up for the next production surge right now. There's not much. It's going to be rough because, like, wait, we're forced into a 4 and a 3 or a 7, right? With our board state. I'm not 100% sure about production surge, how the interaction works.
The first one calculates and then the second one calculates, and the second one doesn't consider that the first one is being cast. So we could see 2 7s just depending on how it rolls. We could see a 4 and a 3, and then the second one just being burned. We'll see. Actually gonna go ahead and quicken the Adaptatron, just ensure that no keywords are being passed along.
Oh,
and we saw a 4, a 1, and a 2, and then the second one being burned. Ezreal's going to come down now as well, and has free reign to attack in and generate a Mystic Shot here, which we can then discard if we so choose.
I don't miss.
We are getting really close to this Ezreal flip as well. So I think the goal is to just take the Jace off the board this turn. I think that is the game plan here, because that's how we're losing this game. Letting this Jace stick around for a turn or more is not going to end well for us.
How are we getting this Jace off the board here?
We're going to Mystic Shot it and use the thing off the Tellstones. The Harpoon.
Oh, true, because that is going to be 0 mana.
Yep. Oh, actually looks like we're going to keep the Jace alive. Maybe a little bit sussy. Reconsidering.
Because we
Yeah,
want to
he
get.
seems blind.
Yeah, we don't want to. We don't want Jace getting value from acceleration gate here, right?
No, we don't. I think that is definitely a good way to lose the game. So, go ahead and throw out this Electro Harpoon, take out the Jace, probably get rid of this ambush. Nope, actually doesn't want the Liminal Guardian, which makes some sense. Reconsidering. Decides, yep, the 9 lives is no good. Now we have an Ezreal flip, and all we need to do is find a Seraphine, and we should be well on our way to win the game. The real question is, can we survive another turn or find a buff spell to stop this Quietus from taking out our Ezreal? We actually have a buff spell in hand, so Quietus not a real threat. Another Mystic Shot found means that we're going to be able to push a little bit more damage here as well. But still, no Seraphine in sight.
Quietus coming out, just gonna be met by the ambush, or do we just rip Sputtering Songspitter just to see what we hear here? We get Twin Discipline.
Yeah, ambush potentially gives us a way to win the game, so I don't hate like holding on to it just to use it for additional damage. Shared Spoil is pretty good this turn, actually. We can draw the top unit of our deck. The odds of that being a Seraphine are relatively high.
Hot
Fish
in
fight
the
and
cold.
cold, both decent options. We can fish fight the 4-1 unit, which is like not bad. Looks like it is going to be caught in the cold though. And then gonna go ahead and shared spoils. That draws a Conchologist, not quite the unit we wanted to see.
Still fine.
Do we twin or do we ambush? Probably twin.
I 100% think we twin here because like getting this ambush gives us an elusive unit, right?
Yes, looks like he is going to ambush and hold on to the twin just as a defensive option as well. I like this. I think this makes more sense because if there is more removal fired at the Ezreal, we have additional ways to protect him now.
That is true. And we're gonna see one of the Shock Blast coming with the Mystic Shot. So actually, saving this Twin Discipline actually was the right move.
Yep, absolutely. Nautix is definitely a gamer, and now he's going to go ahead and be able to play the Caught in the Cold onto the Overwhelm unit as well, so he's taking minimal damage this turn. Besides, Conchologist first is just slightly better.
Camo Cloaker.
Camo Cloaker, or an Iterative. Iterative onto this Barkeep, that's pretty big. Gets us a lot of value at this point. He sees it, he's going to take that line as well. So we're pretty happy to just trade this down now. Don't need to cast a Mystic Shot.
Absolutely.
And then we will most likely see this back alley Barkeep be played out. And look, looks like it is.
So we're seeing 4 cards generated? 3. I don't know how to count apparently. Oh my gosh.
That's a
And
primal
we hit
surge.
and we hit Boom Crew Rookie 2. This is not looking good for Ahuitzal.
That's just lethal. If he casts the Caught in the Cold now, that's just lethal. It's game over. That gives +2/+2 and impact, I'm pretty sure.
Oh man, this is not looking good. It's looking like Big Flex Gamers are going to finals, Monty, unless we hit something big here.
Very quick 2-0 from Nautix. Wow. What an absolutely incredible series of games coming out from Big Flex Gamers. Nautix really put the team on his back in this spot and just absolutely demolished, tore through the side of Lore France. Nothing they can find here will be a reasonable answer in time. GGMO comes out. Double Mystic Shot. Doesn't even show the Primal Surge. Man, play the funny card. Nautix, I thought you were a gamer. Play the funny card, bro. When you hit the funny card, you have to play the funny card. That's the rule. That's the rule. Come on. Yeah, that was serious.
I'm just at a loss for words. I'll be honest.
I mean, into the Ezreal win without Seraphine. Hey, he's gaming. He's gaming. He was like, "Nah, we're not losing." Like, I just refuse. That's the big flex for you.
I'm just at a loss for words. I'm gonna be completely honest. I went down during the break after Ghoster Driver lost to see if they wanted to do an interview, and they're like, "Oh no, I think we're pretty much done now." But this day has just been upside down, Monty.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, We're gonna try to get an interview here with Nautix here in a couple seconds here. I think he's honestly just celebrating that he was able to get this reverse sweep going for his team.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Pretty huge.
But while we try to get Nautix up here for an interview, we're gonna cut to a short break here while we try to recollect and try to figure out what exactly happened this today. So stick right with us, guys. We'll be right back.
I'll try everything until you're back again. I'll find a way.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am.
Welcome back, everybody. We have Nautix here on the desk with us. Nautix, how are you feeling after pulling off a complete reverse sweep that, honestly, I feel was completely unfavored?
Yeah, I can't believe it, honestly. Like, we were 2-0 behind, and I really had not much hope, honestly, because I didn't really like my lineup. I wasn't super unsure about it, but I guess it worked out kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely worked out considering you absolutely tore through them. Um, Speaking of your lineup, do you think that Seraphine Bar was a good choice today? You obviously piloted it to excellent success, and like it clearly looks strong. But I haven't seen this deck since the nerfs at all. Is that a deck that you were happy that you ended up bringing at the end of the day, or did you just kind of throw it in there because it was comfortable?
I mean, I did throw it in there because I'm comfortable with it, but I still think it's super strong even after the nerfs. Like, sure, it's a bit slower with having Bar on 7 instead of 6, but it's still super strong, and I think I actually made multiple misplays in my Seraphine games and I still came out ahead. So I think if you're able to pilot this deck to its fullest potential, then it's still like super tier 1.
So
That's good to know.
you mentioned that you weren't happy with the lineup that you brought, even though it got you a reverse sweep. What was what was the ideal lineup that you wanted to bring?
I was absolutely not sure. Like, the patch hit a few days ago, threw over all my plans, and then I just tried out a few different things. I didn't have much time to prepare. And then I found this Sivir Akshan Varus deck. And that was mainly the deck that I really didn't want to play, but I just couldn't find something better. So I just brought it and hoped it would work out. Just hope to draw Akshan on 2, and then it will be fine. And yeah, I drew Akshan, so it worked well.
I mean, we saw you pilot it to great success in the Varus mirror, and like it through every series. I was very, very impressed with the way you played that deck. Is that a deck that you've played in the past, or is it just something that you stumbled upon this patch and were like, well, I guess there's nothing better. This is what I'm stuck with.
I just stumbled upon it. Like, I was scrolling through Runeterra Air, like trying to find a deck I feel like I could play kind of well, and like which would not be too difficult to learn in this short time frame. And like, I saw this deck, I saw it had like 54% win rate on ladder, and I just thought, okay, maybe it works. Tried it for a few games, played it in another tournament. It was okay, I guess. And yeah, so I brought it.
So now that you guys are moving on to finals, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the stream or your team's been keeping you up with the stream, but you are going a bit up against TA Washed Up Heroes in the finals.
Oh, nice.
How do you
Nice.
feel about that, Nautix? Going against
Oh,
season 1 champions.
that's a great matchup. Like, we honestly hoped for that. Like, they are kind of our rivals, I would say, like the two German teams in the tournament. And yeah, we're really looking forward to playing against him. I think it will be great.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask Monty?
So we've had a few more days now of this metagame. Do you think that the metagame, obviously it's still in its very early stages, do you think that the metagame is going to stay kind of focused around Lulu, Jinx, and FTR, or do you think it's going to continue to warp into towards something else? Because those are kind of the two big decks that we're seeing right now.
I think it's hard to say. I think Lulu Jinx will be like a really, really good deck for seasonals. I think it's super strong right now. Feel the Rush, I'm not too sure about. Like, I am not that big of a fan of these pretty linear control decks, but I still think it's very strong right now. But I also think many people are currently underestimating like the Ezreal Seraphine deck. I think kind of maybe the meta will warp more around that deck when people realize that it's still like tier 1. That's like the change I can see.
Makes sense to me.
Okay.
And then I guess the one last question that I have is that we saw Kane Aatrox play today, and I have been very harsh on that deck. But I've had some people that I trust telling me that I'm being overly harsh. Do you have any thoughts about the Kane Aatrox deck?
I mean, I was really worried about that matchup because I never see it on ladder, so I had no practice against it.
Okay.
But playing against it, it felt pretty bad. Like the deck felt pretty bad. It has only a few units, and if you remove them early game, then they just play Kane on 5, Aatrox on 6. And if you have a way to either deal with those champs or go around them, like going wide, for example, then I feel like there's not much that Kane Aatrox can do against you.
Great.
Fair enough.
Well, that's gonna do it for me. Hirsch, take us away.
Is there anybody you'd like to shout out before we send it off, Nautix?
I mean, I'm obviously going to shout out my team. Like, I think we had a nice lineup. It worked really well. Like, last series, Ghost Driver made the reverse sweep. Now I did it, and let's see who of us will do the reverse sweep in the next game, in the final.
All right, with that, we're gonna call it a day here, guys. It's been full of excitement. It's been full of completely upside down predictions. Honestly, I'm just at a loss for words with this entire set. I can't even form words anymore. Nautix, congratulations on making finals. We'll see you guys next week playing against TA Washed Up Heroes. You guys have been awesome tonight. You guys stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll see you next week on the 14th for finals with Eniamore and Spids taking it away. Have a good night, guys.
Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power.